是高米在努力，我的能量创造新世纪，每天都要买点消费，不得不从来都 must believe， 不可一世之力，不得特战我脾气，做思考绝技，也要看懂的人性，要做出点神迹，说的绝不是儿戏。曾也试过被兄弟给背叛过，当我看的都敢作秀，也总别超过我。You have to set a C from A to B to B to C， Cause step by step I always bring watch out the enemy。黑夜中间关坚强的朝夕，你没法比他们相信你。Stop trolling me， 别背后讨论，先看自己先加了笔，危险的爱与人心下与自主便利，专心梦境中十分华丽，停止呼吸，这回头凝结精神氧气。
Tell them give me all or nothing, I want everything. Married to the game, I need a wedding ring. Gold in my mind and gold in my heart. Gotta go play the rollie so I look the part. Tell them give me all or nothing, I want everything. Married to the game, I need a wedding ring. Gold in my heart and gold in my soul. Living life like my whole body dipped in gold. Ain't nothing more important than the moolah. Diamonds in the freezer, I be bro you like I'm cooler. Do not step foot on the property. If you approaching, you better come properly. Do not pass go, this is not a monopoly. We got a shooter on top of the balcony. This ain't the NBA, but them boys ready to jump. Keep a grip and it came with a pump. Looking for stealers and cheaters and chumps. Take out the garbage, we ready to dump. If it's a race, then we ready to drag. Granddaddy used to pull up in the Jag. Latency perfect, no time for the lag. Cause I get the bag. Yeah, I done turned a life skill into a lifestyle. All my melodies are smoother than a nightgown. I'm floating through the city looking iced out. Ask me when I wanna hit, I told her right now. I feel like I'm on top of my game. I got some clout on my name, but I got so much to gain, yeah. Them niggas try to laugh at my pain. I ain't got time for the hate. I want all gold every day. Give me all or nothing, I want everything. Married to the game, I need a wedding ring. Gold in my mind and gold in my heart. Gotta go play the rollie so I look the part. Tell them give me all or nothing, I want everything. Married to the game, I need a wedding ring. Gold in my heart and gold in my soul. Living life like my whole body dipped in gold. Tell them give me all or nothing, I want everything. Married to the game, I need a wedding ring. Gold in my mind and gold in my heart. Gotta go play the rollie so I look the part. Tell them give me all or nothing, I want everything. Married to the game, I need a wedding ring. Gold in my heart and gold in my soul. Living life like my whole body dipped in gold.
We got real ties, we ain't gotta improvise. And we ain't really fucking with them other guys. Black Beethoven, Tatsumi Crush. I got diamonds on my body and they crushed up.
BBS is on my neck.我的教练从来都不 chat， 看到我想要的 bring it back， 我的 verse 100 bands， 他们的鲜花全部都没有用，你做不到的，因为我和你真的不同。我是个 hustler， 而你整天在白日做梦，成为 real time， 快去听听以后。在昆山我成为 big shot， 钻石和表真赚到 click clap， 我不在意你们给我评价，现在我入场你们全部停下，没有人在左右 when I'm feeling low， 我这个人选动不会 get by that host， 他们想要赚，但是我不想 follow， 他们早已忘记 hip hop started from the battle。 I'm a real tight, they don't wanna try. 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 I'm a real tight, they don't wanna try.
I started from the bottom of the 215, Darby Town and Lancaster. The niggas always do or die. Just a couple years until we moved down to the 804. River City, Cap City, call it what you wanna though. Made some real ties with my niggas in the city. Then I spread my wings to 434 and started getting litty. Everybody fucking with me, you ain't then that's a pity. Spent 100 on my neck and on my
I'll make checks overseas. Say she don't want me to leave. I got the pussy with ease. It was a breeze. Beautiful cover, go steez. Playing the twat till it's dripping a lot. Then I pull out the box and I nut on the neighbor. If she consent, I'ma catch it on camera. Hitting the angles, we watch it like cable. I am not telling no fable. She ready, she willing and able. I lift her up like a ladle. I rip the beat like a label. Kunshan and Suzhou and Shenzhen and Shanghai. Power moves in business suits. I'm out here making real ties.
I'm in real ties, they don't wanna try. They don't wanna try. I'm in real ties, they don't wanna try. They don't wanna try. I'm in real ties, they don't wanna try. They don't wanna try. I'm in real ties, they don't wanna try. They don't wanna try. I'm in real ties, they don't wanna try. I'm in real ties, they don't wanna try. They don't wanna try. I'm in real ties, they don't wanna try. They don't wanna try. I'm in real ties, they don't wanna try.
We got real ties, we ain't gotta improvise. And we ain't really fucking with them other guys. Like Beethoven, Tatsumi Crush. I got diamonds on my body and they crushed up.
Black Beethoven.
Ready, whatever the trial. Say I'm the talk of the town. If you owe me, need to pay it, I'm now. Came a long way and I'm taking it.
They say the early bird gets the worm, but I never sleep. So what does that make me? Successful whether you love or hate me. It be them same ones get to talking behind my back, then act like I'm crazy. Be them same ones who gon' end up worrying about their safety. Whether you like it or not, you better pay me. Cause I be working my fingers down to the bone, and that's on the daily. I be dressing all black, must be a dark figure. Man, they thought a nigga was the Grim Reaper, but my bone structure not notorious for them thin features. Fan base told me cook, so I bring ether. And no, I ain't talking narcotics, but rapping this hard, it should all be illegal. Rap so hard that I been the speaker. Rap so hard you gon' need a breather, man. I rap so hard that it surprised Jesus, man. I rap so hard that my bars bring your spirit back to life, and now it feel like Easter. Only time will tell what the future holds. I'm optimistic, man. The Bengals just went to the Super Bowl, and I just built my own studio. I'm the calm before the storm, but the storm might lead to a funeral. But all's well, that's gon' end well, and that's why my life is so beautiful. I'ma be here for a while, as long as my feet on the ground. Ain't planning on putting it down. Ready, whatever the trial. Say I'm the talk of the town. If you owe me, need to pay it up now. Came a long way and I'm taking the crown. Getting my way and I'm laying you down. I'll be here for a while, as long as my feet on the ground. Ain't planning on putting it down. Ready, whatever the trial. Say I'm the talk of the town. If you owe me, need to pay it up now. Came a long way and I'm taking the crown. Getting my way and I'm laying you down. My time is now, forget all the next stuff. Pray it up so I'm blessed up. Walking around with my chest out and my checks up. Finna wreck some. Ain't gotta talk about them other rappers, I'm the best one. In the election, I'm the selection. It ain't a guess, son, that is a bet, son. Cause my style to advance like a Jetson. This my profession, I'm the correct one. You might need protection. This ain't a threat, son. This my confession. Foot on the next, son. Danger too close if you feel the connection. Then you better check some. Check on me now, but ain't check when I needed you. Made me feel like it's hard to believe in you. Maybe all this time I've been misreading you. Paranoia, man, you know what the weed'll do. Really listen to what they've been feeding you. Can't you see that these niggas misleading you? All this time and I never mistreated you. Still you betrayed me and that was a feeble move. Can't put no question mark where God came and put a period. Can't ask him to take the wheel and then be out here still steering it. You niggas so quick with excuses, but nah, man, I ain't hearing it. Forget about setting the bar, from reaching for it, then I'm clearing it. I'ma be here for a while, as long as my feet on the ground. Ain't planning on putting it down. Ready, whatever the trial. Say I'm the talk of the town. If you owe me, need to pay it up now. Came a long way and I'm taking the crown. Getting my way and I'm laying you down. I'ma be here for a while, as long as my feet on the ground. Ain't planning on putting it down. Ready, whatever the trial. Say I'm the talk of the town. If you owe me, need to pay it up now. Came a long way and I'm taking the crown. Getting my way and I'm laying you down. Ready, whatever the trial. Say I'm the talk of the town. If you owe me, need to pay it up now. Came a long way and I'm taking it. It feels so good to be Black Beethoven.
back on the back and we acting out. Lady, you can't even put it out. Back again, back to the slapping and snapping in. Back on the track and we blacking it.
back on the map, so what's happening? Hey, back again, back to the slapping and snapping in. Back on the track and we blacking it. Back on the map, so what's happening?
Hey, back again, back to the slapping and snapping in. Back on the track and we blacking in. Black on the map, so what's happening? Hey, back again, back to the slapping and snapping in. Back on the track and we blacking in. Back on the map, so what's happening? Hey,
back on the map and we blacking out. Back on the pack and we acting out. Litty, you can't even put it out. Did it so good you can't even doubt.
smoking no gas, put me in the clouds. Feeling like Boosie gon' wipe me down. Spotted your girl, she was in the crowd. Call me Chris Brown when I take her down.
Taking it down, taking the cake and I'm taking the crown. Cause it's my money and I need it now. You heard the commercial, remember that sound?
I'm taking the stage, I'm taking the mic, I'm taking the crowd, I'm taking the lights. Cause if you ain't with the gang, you ain't saying a thing. We the only ones rapping tonight.
And after the raps, it's back to the pack. Rolling up good, got a sack with a sack. We got your girl in the back of the back. Busting your jaw, got a slack of the slack.
Talk mask, get packed out, big dog here. I'm the man now, make a gangster do back down. King John, yeah, I'ma need my crown.
We got the crown and we got the throne. Feeling like Michael and Ben to the bone. He was piping it up, now he chewing on chrome. Packing it up and we sending you home.
Homebound, yeah, good riddance. Say you better, must be kidding. Top dog, but I ain't Kendrick. Kill my vibe, then I swear you finish.
Back again, back to the slapping and snapping in. Back on the track and we blacking it. Back on the map, so what's happening? Hey, back again, back to the slapping and snapping in. Back on the track and we blacking it. Back on the map, so what's happening?
Hey, back again, back to the slapping and snapping in. Back on the track and we blacking it. Back on the map, so what's happening? Hey, back again, back to the slapping and snapping in. Back on the track and we blacking it. Back on the map, so what's happening? Hey.
What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What's good with y'all, man? We back up in this thing. We back up in this thing. It's your man Black Beethoven, man. We holding it down. It's good to be back. Straight up. We still sending out the beacon.
Man, got me started. Flow crazy, so retarded. Comes the beast, cold hearted. Killing things dearly departed.
I'm late, but I'm right on time with it. You feel? How y'all feeling today, man? Y'all goody? They go ahead and find this music too.
What's going on with the time lately? Take a look around and it's kind of crazy. Had to take steps to revive the baby. Come on with the slaps, eat Honda, baby. You're the flame. Any nigga throwing dirt on my name. Been through the fire and been through the pain, and I do not want to go back there again. Real talking, that's real life. We can show you what it feel like. Niggas about to have a field day when we get up under them field lights. Scrub a drill like field mice. Heavy stepping, but it feel like high knees on that ice skate. Crack back in his own sight. Side stepping to the sideline. Plotting heavy on the pile line. Loose wings in my shoestrings. Can't never get to these nylons. Heavy hitters on the blind side, but they about to get shut down. Whole crowd looking wide eyed while I'm tiptoeing to the touchdown. Back again, back to the slapping and stabbing in. Back to the track and we blacking it. Back on the map, so what's happening? Hey, back again, back to the slapping and stabbing in. Back on the track and we blacking it. Back on the map, so what's happening? Hey, back again, back to the slapping and snapping in. Back on the track and we blacking it. Back on the map, so what's happening? Hey, back again, back to the slapping and snapping in. Back on the track and we blacking it. Back on the map, so what's happening?
Hey, what's happening? Hey, man, we back up in this thing. Look, it's good to be back. Like I said, man, it's our second edition of Song Review Wednesdays. We're going to give y'all another opportunity. If you wasn't here last week, or if you was here last week and you wasn't able to get into the queue, now is your chance. We are back up in that action, and we about to make it happen. I am finalizing a few things, so let me finish doing what I'm doing real quick, and then we're going to hop into this expedition. All right. Need that.
Yes, sir.
Need that. Yep.
You are an artist, aspiring artist, a producer, a writer, filmmaker. I don't care what you are. If you are somebody trying to be in the business, tonight is your night. Tonight is your night. And every Wednesday night will be your night right here with the man Black Beethoven. My name is David Carnell, aka Da Vinci. We're live from Pattaya, Thailand. This is where we live. This is about to be the new Mecca, the home of hip hop. Y'all have no idea what we got planned. This is just the beginning, man. Come get heard and get served. That's what's happening, man.
That's exactly what's going on.
All love to everybody.
That's how it goes, man. Straight up. We're giving everybody an opportunity. Everybody gets an opportunity to shine, show off their talent, and like I said, give you a little opportunity to get some good feedback, or if you need a little bit of inspiration or whatever the case may be, you know. So that's what we're doing for the people. Okay. So I want to start off. I'm not gonna start with that one. I hope he gets on the stream later, just so I can play that. But for now, I'm gonna start with somebody else's, and I hope that Jit comes and joins us for the stream a little bit later, so we can review this one while he's here. But for the time being, let's hop into one of these other artist submissions from the past week. Let me see what we got here. So we got Too Sloozy.
I like
this joint is right here. This joint right here is called Burnt Makeup.
Okay.
Burnt Makeup. Sloozy. Let's get into it. Very different from the submissions that we had last week, but I like that. Bringing a different dynamic already off of the kickoff. So let's go ahead and run that one back one more again. But before we do, let's just do a quick review of all of the categories that we look at when we are reviewing these songs. So all of this is on a 1 to 10 scale, and we start off at the beginning, first listening for the sonic clarity of your mix. So basically, are the vocals cutting through clearly? Are all of the instruments mixed together in a good volume balance so that everything is distinct and the voice is distinct and the words can be heard distinctively as well? The next thing that we look at is the composition and arrangement. So, you know, we're listening for some dynamicy in the arrangement. So, you know, some movement, some engaging changes within the music to keep the listener and the audience engaged. And also, you know, just other things that add to the interesting sound or sonic development of the song. Um, we're also next looking at the rhythmic pocket and the flow. So especially if it's a rap song, we want to make sure that everything's in the pocket and is right there in tempo and in rhythm with what's happening with the instruments. So we want to hear that good balance of flow between instruments and vocals. The next thing we look at is uniqueness. So we're looking to see if there's an X factor for your song or for your track. So is there something that's different about it that makes it stand out among all of the music that we're typically hearing today? If it is something that sounds similar to something else, that's not necessarily an issue. What we then looking to solidify is if it's going to be something that sounds like something else, is it at least something that's difficult to replicate or duplicate, you know? So we don't mind hearing things that sound similar to another sound, so long as it's not just the easiest thing to go ahead and produce or to copy or to paste, you know? And then the last thing that we think about is the totality of all of these things that creates the market readiness of the song. So based on the combination of these factors, as well as is there a compelling story within the song, or is it culturally engaging to where it's, you know, relevant to what's happening right now or relevant to something that's been happening for a period of time, or anything else that can lend to just its total readiness to be released into the market and released into the world.
Right.
Okay. Little Kanos said, "Can I send an indie song? I'm trying new genres and would like to get your opinion. Kind of stepping away from underground rap." Yeah, absolutely, man. I just sent you my email here in the chat. So if you send that over to my email, then I will get you in line. I think right now we got 2 or 3 other artists ahead of you. But yeah, as soon as we're done with those, I will get you up next. Actually, depending on, because I know some of these artists aren't in the chat right now. So if none of them show up before we're done with this next song, then I'll do yours next. All right. But yeah, just go ahead and send it to my email if you can, please. And I appreciate that. All right. So let's get back into this track again. This once again is called Burnt Makeup. And this one, it was sent to me. His name on the email was Too Sloozy, but his artist name on here appears to be Cruel. So this is Burnt Makeup by Cruel.
Trying to swing with this ocean, you know I'm trying.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
All right. So I think we're gonna listen one more time, but before we get into the next listen, let's go ahead and maybe move through the first two categories.
Mm.
I think. All right. So starting off with the sonic clarity in the mix, David, I'm gonna let you go ahead and lead off with this one. How do you feel about the mix of this song?
I mean, the actual mix, I'd give it about a 6 or 7. Like
Okay.
and when we're saying mix, we're actually talking about the actual engineering of the song.
Mm-hmm.
The, the vocals were good. You could hear where they got a little low or a little hot peak at times. Now we're being very picky here because we're just trying to help. Nobody's trying to hate. We're trying to make it better. Um, Me being A&R, I've had a lot of A&R experience with a lot of labels over 30 years, and I can tell you this is what we look for. This wouldn't knock anybody out of getting a deal. First of all, let me say that. If I heard this song and I really loved it, we're going to have one of our engineers go and mix it down anyway. So that's that. But when you're producing it yourself or you're having somebody produce it, what you want to do is have a constant level that you can hear the vocals all the way through the same. Sonically, what happens to the ear is you lose the words if it goes a little low, and it doesn't have to go more than a couple decimals low for you to lose that. And that kind of happened here a couple times. And it's almost like the music was what we call a little bit too hot, where it's just a tear high and it takes away from the actual lyrics. I can see what he was going for here. And this is really not the artist's fault; it's more the engineer type deal fault. But overall, I mean, it's solid. If you're saying this is my first try and I didn't pay anybody to really engineer it, if I did it myself, I'm gonna give you kudos. You did a really great job. Generally, when you turn it into a label or any type of distribution company, they're gonna have somebody mix it down and make sure they come down anyway. So for that, I mean, I'm gonna give it a 6 or a 7, but that's being picky because definitely this is something that he probably mixed himself, which isn't a bad thing. It's raw, and that makes it kind of cool to me.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with everything, pretty much everything that you just said. I think there definitely are some very specific parts of the song where, like you said, you can even see it kind of on the waveform a little bit if you're looking at on the screen, where there are some dips in the volume level of the vocals, and it, as you said, it takes away from your ability to get or understand everything that's being said with totality or with certainty. So yeah, it does definitely take away from the listening experience a bit. But I think, like you said, that's something that can be fixed pretty simply and easily. So it's not something that's gonna kill uh, the potential of the song.
Always, and guys, and saying that, I mean, this guy's a serious producer, so listen to him. I've done a ton of production, been in a ton of big time studio sessions, and done a lot of studio sessions myself. And I'll tell you, let's say, Cruel, that you were up and we decided to, give you a run and sign you or whatever. The big thing I would say to a lot of artists, make sure your stems are good. Make sure when you're recording it that your stems are good, because we can't help you if you got everything on one track or 2 tracks or 3, because this is that could potentially ruin a single deal or something like that if we can't really mix it, because we don't want to do that work. You got to remember, we're dealing with 200, 300 artists at time, especially an engineer. He's going through it, usually 20, 30 songs a night, trying to bang them down. So you need to, if you're recording it and you did something like this, which is, it's a solid song, to fix those things. This is just a production thing, a sonic thing. Make sure your stems are good away from the music so that we can adjust it. And that would actually change the song, the feeling of the song itself. So it's a solid opening act, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. No, solid wrap of that. Let's move on to the composition and the arrangement. I think the composition is good. I like once again, I said it at the beginning of this after we listened the first time. I like that the genre is different from what we heard last week. So what would you call this genre? I would say like dark indie or
it's kind of indie emo
indie type of vibe. Yeah,
I wouldn't say seriously dark, but I mean, I'm thinking like Post Malone kind of came in this way when he came in. I mean, it wasn't dark and indie, but it's that feel, that smooth, you know, I'm going through something feel. I mean, indie, dark, I don't know if there's a genre for it. There should be, because there's a lot of kids that are choosing to do this today. And that's, you know, that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I think it's a solid song. When we're talking about composition arrangement, there's some things that we probably would have to work on. There's really a bridge, no hook. Okay, that's fine. That can be okay. If we're looking at it as a song to perform, it'd probably be a better performance song than it would be a marketed song to sell. And I think a lot of artists don't know the difference. You know, there's songs that
both are important to have in your catalog.
Yeah.
But I think what separates this song from being like a radio record is, like you said, there's a bridge as opposed to there being a hook, or opposed to there being a hook and a bridge. You know what I'm saying? So I think, once again, that's something that can easily be fixed because you already have concepts here that can be used as the hook. You just need to break it up and structure it however you want it to be on the engineering side. So I think as it stands, I would give the composition and the arrangement probably a 5 or 5.5. Just because, once again, as it stands, it's incomplete.
Yeah.
If you want it to be a radio record, if it's just something that you want to be able to perform and have be maybe like a fan favorite, like maybe it's like an interlude on an album, but then like people really get attached to it, and so it ends up being one that you end up being able to perform quite often. But once again, if you really want it to be something that's Billboard possible or hit possible, you know, then you should consider restructuring it somehow to have part of it, whatever you have here, be the hook, and then have it repeat at least 2 times.
Or at the very least, like I've heard songs have bridges with no hooks or anything like that. I think there's 2 things I'll say real quick. Number one, when you're producing these records, make sure you're on that metronome, because you can tell as a person that's a producer, there's a point where, and it might have been on purpose, I'm not saying it is or isn't, but that hi-hat, that right there, it gets a little slow sometimes, and it throws the flow off a little bit. It throws you off. Boom. You hear it? And it's very, very slight right there.
Yeah,
you see it? It's off.
It is there, yeah.
And it throws off the song. Now, maybe you meant it that way. If you did, congratulations, kudos to that. The other thing is like, if you're not going to have a hook, that's okay. But then the song and the actual track or the vocals has to build towards a crescendo at the end. It has to build to something. And if you're not, this is a big lesson I'm telling you guys, and I've told many big artists, and we've had discussions about this, and it's helped them. If you're not going to have a hook, if you're going to go through this whole thing and have something, it's got to build towards the end. We've got to see it crescendo to something, because that's what the crowd's waiting for. They're waiting for the beat to drop and waiting for the lyrics to step up. And I think if he had started even lower at the beginning and darker and sort of finished a little bit lighter, then we wouldn't even notice it. So, and I don't mean light in terms of mood, I'm talking light in terms of what you're adding to the track. The track kind of stays the same. There's many ways to do it with your voice. Okay? See that bridge right there that we're listening to right there? That's dope. But then if you brought something that was even a little bit bigger and then brought it dark at the end, that might have made the song. So just little things like that. Solid though. We're not hating at all. We're just trying to tell you what industry insiders would think of it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What do you think about the rhythm?
Again,
You did speak on
Yeah.
that part
Yeah,
just briefly about how the
it's-
hi-hat is not always consistent.
yeah, I mean, if you're meaning it to be that way, cool. But I'm just saying, like, if as an A&R, I'm looking at this as, okay, who do I market this to? And can I listen to this 10, 15 times, 20 times on the radio? Because the radio, guys, is where you're making your money. I don't care what country you're in. Those spins on the radio are where you really want to get paid, okay? I know everybody's saying radio's dead, but the publishing from radio is not dead. And that's where you want to make your money. So that's why we're stating it this way. Yeah, I mean, look, you can tell it just needs a little engineering work. People say radio is dead, but
you don't understand what he's saying. We're not talking about the radio that you like, the local radio stations. We're talking about like Sirius XM radio.
Yeah, global.
All of those global radio stations, they have to pay the artist anytime that they play the song on the station, and you get paid publishing royalties from that. It's not the same as what you get paid when you're getting streamed on Spotify or on Instagram or on TikTok. It's not a streaming royalty. It's not a master royalty. It's the publishing royalty. So you're getting paid for the fact that you wrote and produced the work behind the song, not just the recording. So you're getting paid twice, basically. It's more lucrative.
Yeah, I mean, radio is more of an acronym nowadays, right? I mean, not many people are sitting up here listening to 93.9 or 95.5, but radio really goes for these other things, these XM radios, and there's other satellite services that are global, and those, my friends, will get you paid. Those, for a quarter of the streams you have for a Spotify or something like that, you can make well over $150,000.
I mean, even Pandora pays much more than most of the other streaming services.
So that's what we're deeming radio. Yes, radio, terrestrial radio is dead, but it lives in checks in a different form. And in the end, as an artist, that's what you want to be able to do. Yes, you want to make art, but you also have to understand it's a business. You know,
you want to be able to collect as many checks as you can.
Got to. To grow your brand, you got to be able to be paid. You know what I mean?
Understanding where the money comes from and being able to have all of the different streams of revenue from each song is what's going to maximize your income potential.
Because if you're dependent on YouTube, Spotify, Apple, you will be broke. You will be broke. I'm sorry, you just will. And I know they hate to hear it, but it's the truth, and it's the way the business is designed, and that's okay because there's other ways to make revenue, and that's why we're here to help people understand that this record right here could be a #1 record with a little bit of help or whatever to make it marketable in that sense. Now, understand, let's say like a Kanye West. Kanye will have the marketed record that he has on his album, and then he has a stadium and performance version where he changes the drums, changes the tone, changes everything, and you need to have both. So understanding how to get this song marketed and then being able to even perform this version of the song are two different things, and they're great.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So for the rhythmic pocket and flow on this one, I give it a 7. It's mostly consistent, but there is a little bit of, like we said, there's a little bit of offness there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna give it a 6 because it's a solid effort, not because it's bad or anything, but you know, it's just, it could use some work, and just a few touches, guys, a few things make a huge difference in a record.
How we feeling about the uniqueness? I think, like I said, this is different from what we heard last week. So, and I think it's not necessarily. I've heard it before, but it's not easy. It's definitely not easy. I assume that this artist played all these instruments, or at least one of these instruments himself. So I'd say for the uniqueness, I go 8.
I'm gonna go a little bit lower than that. I'm gonna say again 6 or 7. Not because it's bad or anything. I just feel like there's so many people in this lane, and if I close my eyes, do I know this is Cruel? Do I know this is that artist? If I close my eyes, and that's my determinant of uniqueness, right? If I close my eyes, can I say that's that guy?
Yeah.
And
without having
to know the name or guess or know the record or know whatever, I should be able to, within the first few notes and few bars, be able to like, oh yeah, that's him. So I don't think it's necessarily super unique, but that's not a bad thing either, right? I mean, you could have a million records in the same genre. Who's good and who's not is up to the artist and up to the fans. So yeah, I don't think it's particularly unique, but I still think it's a marketable record.
BTC Bub said artists don't really rely on streams when perform at concerts and shows, but TikTok is where it's at. They break songs first, they expose music to millions fast, and they don't require industry permission.
Okay, I mean, I get that. I mean, that makes TikTok a great marketing platform, and that's fantastic, right? But the problem with a lot of artists is that okay, you get this song that goes viral on TikTok. Now, how do you market that? How do you monetize that? Because that is the big problem. Like, TikTok's not just going to cut you a check just for being a song. Like, you would have to have an actual product to sell off of that. You understand? BMG is not paying you for TikTok streams in that way unless you register it in that sense. There's a way you have to register the record or register the snippet to really get paid in that way. So there's a whole business side to it. I agree with you. TikTok is good. But look, there's still ways that are big checks that you miss out on if you're not really paying attention to the business behind the business.
Said the songs that are used with the audio count in Spotify streams. So I've read and heard that as well, but I think there's a requirement that the clip needs to be at least 30 seconds long, if I'm not mistaken, and also the listen needs to be for at least the full 30 seconds. So I mean, you could obviously make it longer than 30 seconds, but the listener needs to listen for at least 30 seconds in order for it to count as a stream.
And we all know
even
30
if it's
seconds
on TikTok or Instagram or whatever other social media platform.
And 30 seconds is a lifetime. And that's
social media.
That's a lifetime.
Yeah. So most people aren't, like you said, most people aren't having that because all of the stuff that goes viral is usually 15 seconds or less.
15 seconds is a lifetime.
Yeah.
Think about it. I mean,
all the viral clips are between 7 and 15 seconds, especially on Instagram right now. Like, if you want to go viral, that's the way to do it. I'm not as familiar with TikTok. I don't have a TikTok. I haven't been using it. So I don't know. I'm not familiar with their algorithm or how stuff is happening over there. But I know on Instagram, if you want to go viral, 7 to 15 seconds.
And let's really talk about it.
You ain't getting that royalty from your song.
But let's really talk about it like a Spotify stream. Like he's saying like, oh, it counts as a Spotify stream. Okay.
It does if it's 30 seconds.
Yeah, but let's just say you're getting 30 seconds and all that stuff. You realize with 100,000 Spotify streams, you're gonna make anywhere between $230 to $450. You're getting 0.003 to 0.005. So that's half of a penny per stream. Do you understand that? But those same 100,000 spins on some type of XM radio or terrestrial radio in the United States or some of these other countries will get you. I mean, you would make thousands of dollars off of that same 100,000 of stream. You'd probably make somewhere in the neighborhood of anywhere from $15,000 to $35,000 having 100,000 spins in terrestrial radio in that way. It's that big of a difference, guys, because of the way it's cut and the way the business side of it's cut. So that's why I said you got to understand all the different revenue streams of what's going on. We're so caught up in social media, which is great. See, he said it. Look, I only got paid $350 for my 100,000.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
That's because the concept of the song is worth more than the recording. And that's what we're trying to tell you guys. You're only getting paid on Spotify and on all these music streaming platforms. You only get paid for the recording. The recording's not worth anything. The idea and the concept is what's worth, is what brings the value to the song.
Yeah.
So the fact that you wrote, it's the fact that it's your intellectual property, that's what drives the value. And that's what the publishing royalty is. It covers the fact that, hey, this person wrote this thing that is now worth this value because of the idea attached to it. Nobody cares about the recording. It's not where the value comes from. Because the recording can be replicated or duplicated.
And you get nothing.
But the idea is, okay, this person created this idea and now it's you can be patented or copyrighted, so that now it's this original idea that no one else can then come behind and duplicate. Even if they duplicate the sound, once again, you can't duplicate the idea. The idea is already there. It's set in stone. So that's where the value is coming from.
That IP, that intellectual property, is the thing that you really got to focus on, and that's where all the legal paperwork comes in, and understanding these different platforms and how they've structured it so that, like you said, a recording is just a recording, right? But when you deal with a terrestrial radio, say a terrestrial, I'm saying XM radio, all these things, they have to pay you for the actual IP of it, because there's licensing, there's just a lot of things that going on behind it. So that's why it's important to understand the business and understand, do you need that marketing money to get into those situations? Because sometimes it is about money opening the door. Sometimes it is about art. Unfortunately, the artist is never just able to be an artist. You have to be a businessman. I mean, Beethoven here has tons of records, tons of products, tons of projects. And, it's hard for him to even get in the door sometime because, we're getting the business side of it straight. But until then, what you want to do is just keep putting material down, keep putting projects down. If you come to me as an artist and I'm the A&R, and you come to me with 60, 100, 200 songs in the vault, I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to give you a chance. I want to hear what you got, because you got the work ethic to get where we need to go. BTC Bub said, when I upload music on DistroKid, there's an option for the iHeartRadio and other option. But I only do the simple Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube, etc., not the radio. Well, I mean, understand. But also understand, when you upload it, let's say you do upload it and you upload it to the iHeartRadio or all these other things, you got to really read those contracts. You got to really read those contracts. So it's just simple, because sometimes in those contracts, in very, very small print, you're signing away your rights to make that extra money in those checks. Those checks actually go to those businesses, to the Apple Music system. People don't understand how that goes. That's why there's whole companies built right now to fight for those royalties back. So there's a lot going on in the music business. If you want to be an artist, but also be smart enough to understand the legal parts of it. Yeah, y'all getting finesse, for real. Y'all, you don't understand, man. I mean, we can sit here all night and I can tell you about some horrible contracts of some big name artists right now that y'all know, that y'all bang and are biggest, that have quote unquote done Super Bowl. And they're getting finesse. So
yeah, for sure. But that's why it pays to own your masters and to own your publishing. Especially once again, the publishing is the more important one. You can sell the master and still make money off of the song. That's why you see all of these big artists, Future, Wayne, Justin Timberlake, who else? All these people are selling their catalogs for millions of millions and millions. First of all, the amount of money that these artists are selling their catalogs for, they would never make that amount of money in their lifetime from the master royalties of that song or those songs. Anyway, that's one thing that y'all need to understand is that you will never accrue hundreds of millions of dollars in streaming royalties from any collection of music in your lifetime. It's not going to happen. No. Like, literally, they design their platforms specifically so that that will never happen. Yeah. Because all of the money that's really being made from these platforms is from the advertising dollars. Right. It's not from people playing your songs. It's from these other companies that come in and offer money to the platforms to be able to have an advertisement for their products or for their services on their platforms. So the money that these artists are getting from selling their catalogs is money that they would have never actually seen had they not sold those catalogs. But the other reason that they're so comfortable selling those catalogs is because they're not selling their publishing rights. They're only selling their rights to the master, which is the recording, the audio. They still are keeping their rights to their songwriting share, which is what, once again, if the song gets played on the radio, on XM radio, now they're still getting royalty checks from that because they still own that portion of the song that is attached to what's written, which
publishing
is the
and production
and the idea of the song.
So yeah, he said, "What about stream farms are botting?" Okay, look, man, it's a necessary evil now. I mean, everybody got on Drake and everybody like that, but it's become a weapon. You understand? And that's what Drake was trying to say. You know, they're just a tool that these record labels are using to boost up. Because let's just really quickly have a discussion about a record label. You know what I'm saying? A record label, let's say a record label has Drake on it, right? People see these billions of streams, billions of this, billions of that. They don't understand that Drake is not an artist that they're making money off of. You understand? He's so big and he requires so much money and so much gas to run. That is like having a Bugatti or a Lamborghini. Like, it's only going 200 miles. So you're putting all this money in to look good. But the trick is, because I have him on the label, I can sign a Cruel. I can sign a young guy who may have 1 or 2 hits. And then I could put him basically in a slave contract and keep him forever. See, people they see the 4 or 5 people out front, but they don't see the other 300-400 artists that they signed to these deals that actually make them tons of money because they're locked in 360 deals. They're making the money off their merchandise. They're making money off their placement. They're making money off of their shows. They're making money all these different ways. So that's really what a label wants to do. They want to sign a monster artist that they're going to break even on, kind of like an F1 car. They break even on it, and then they sell it. They sell the little guys is where they make the most money off of. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get guys that are up and coming artists that were given opportunities here that don't know the business. They give you a great deal. They say, we'll give you $5 million for, 3 years and 2 projects. And you're like, oh, that's a win. I can do all things too. Yeah, but you don't understand that everything is being recouped back. And it's being recouped back with interest. So that $5 million turns into 15 you got to pay back.
And they get to write all that shit off.
Yeah.
If they don't break even anyway.
Yeah.
So they're going to get all that money back regardless one way or the other.
Plus, so you just a profit margin to them, man. And if we got 300 of those doing that same thing, who cares if I paid Drake $1 billion, whatever. I'm making 5 off of these guys. That's how it works. So it's not to knock anybody because it's the business. You just have to understand. I don't think the the generation now really understand how the business works and that they're out to get you. And that doesn't always mean we just had this discussion earlier. That doesn't always mean the label is bad, guys. That doesn't mean that they're the monster. Yes, they're evil in that way, but in the end, if you know how to use it and you come prepared, they can be your best friend and launch you to big success. But you got to know the business. He said, "I'm staying away from it." Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to do the research and want to get in the ocean with the sharks, definitely don't do it. But if you do it right, there's plenty of people that get on surfboards and ride the waves way above because they're doing it right. So, yeah, Illuminati shit. I mean, hey, whatever it is, you just got to know the game you're stepping into.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, so for the market readiness of this song, did we talk about that yet?
I mean, sort of, kind of. It's not really ready. It needs some work. It just needs some work. If you're gonna market it, you have to have the mix right. You have to have the vocals right. We probably have to. You have a bridge, but we need at least one crescendo or one sort of semi hook or something that the ladies can feel and want
something that
something builds
the crowd
to something.
can engage with.
We don't want to be. We can have a depressive sound and a depressive emo sound that still builds to something. Are you angry, or did we resolve something? The songs should always take us on a journey. Like either tell us a story, or start somewhere and finish somewhere. But that means that it has to do something in the middle. Right here, even if you look at the wave format, it
goes flat.
It's flat. Yeah. So that's why it's not really market ready and marketable as an executive. I'm looking at this as we need some work on this. Does that have potential? Sure it has potential. If that's what we feeling, this direction we want to go. But readiness, I'm gonna give it about a 4.
Okay. Yeah. I'll give it a 4.5. I don't think he's here right now. This is a submission from last week that we weren't able to get to before the end of the show. So we just started off with one of the last submissions from last show. But yeah, man, I think like David was saying, we know what we need to fix, and they're all fixable things, especially if the artist is willing to take the time or whatever the effort is needed to go ahead and get it done. But yeah, beyond that, I think it has all of the foundation and all of the framework that's necessary for it to become something great. It just needs to go ahead and have those things completed.
And be coachable, guys. You know what I mean? Like, if you get in a situation where you're lucky enough to get around a person like myself or Beethoven, who are in the industry, or like myself, who may be an A&R with a label, or I've worked with Arista, I've worked with Jive, I've worked with Bad Boy, I've worked with a lot of years. The big thing is be an artist, but also be a businessman. And so when somebody comes to you and says, "Hey, look, we need to work on this and change this and try and keep the vibe of that," be coachable and be ready to work with them so they can make your record the biggest. Because you can have 100% of zero, or you can have 60 or 70 or 40 or 50% of $1 billion. Which one you're going to take? So just be coachable, be ready. This is not, we're all saying this out of love. I think it's has a potential to be a good record, but it needs some work. So that's all I'm going to say to that.
Yeah.
Let's check out Lil Kano's record, man.
Yeah, that was good. Let's go ahead and clap it up. Yeah, let's move on to the next record. So up next we got, let's see here. We got Kano.
Right.
Good.
Kano, you still in the building with us, right? On the chat? Yeah, we gotta check it out.
Let's get into it.
It's called "Losing My Mind" from Kano,
This-
Lil Kano, man.
Yeah.
I hate that you act like you don't even know me. Sometimes I think of you so much I might just OD. Play back all the memories a million times. I don't wanna waste any more of your time, so I'll take a step back and pretend I'm fine. But I need you to know that it feels like I'm dying without you. Losing my mind without you, baby. Please come back, please come back. I know I fucked up too many times, don't know how to act, don't know how to act. Here we go again. Why does it feel like the world's against me? The world's against me. Why does it feel like I'm so empty? I'm so. I'm doing everything to get you back. I think you shouldn't have a problem with that. I wrote this song and had a heart attack, so please give me a chance to show you who I really am. I'll change for you again and again. A chance with you again and again. Forever with you, beginning to end, beginning to end.
Okay. Okay.
Interesting.
That was also, yeah, that was definitely different. I don't even want to say too much yet.
Let's run it back again and hear it.
I hate that you act like you don't even know me. Sometimes I think of you so much I might just OD. Play back all the memories a million times. I don't wanna waste any more of your time, so I'll take a step back and pretend I'm fine. But I need you to know that it feels like I'm dying without you. Losing my mind without you, baby. Please come back, please come back. I know I fucked up too many times, don't know how to act, don't know how to act. Here we go again. Why does it feel like the world's against me? The world's against me. Why does it feel like I'm so empty? I'm so.
It's an opportunity right here.
I'm doing everything to get you back. I think you shouldn't have a problem with that. I wrote this song and had a heart attack, so please give me a chance to show you who I really am. I'll change for you again and again. A chance with you again and again. Forever with you, beginning to end, beginning to end.
Some W's in the chat for Lil Kano, man. I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that a lot, man. I like that.
For sure. So I like that this one is once again not what we was hearing last week.
Mhm.
This is good. It's diverse. So for the sonic clarity in the mix, I think it's pretty good. I could make out pretty much everything you said. I don't think I really struggled to hear anything. It's a good mix. Vocals are sitting in a consistent space.
They're a little bit high. Just the hair. Just the hair a little high. Like meaning when I say high, just they just stand out a little bit from the music. We can bring it down where they could kind of ride like but these are engineered things. You did a great job, man. These are engineered things. This is not artist things, really. All right. So this is just where the engineer would take the stems and take the music you had and try and make a match. You know, you don't want to ever feel like the vocals sonically overpowering the track, because the track and the vocals are pretty good.
Yeah.
You just want to kind of mesh them together so it feels like they're all in the same room together, not one on a balcony and one in the living room. So that's an engineer thing, but that part is really good. The mix is pretty good. Like you said, it's not bad. Just the vocals to me just need to be, married to the music just a little bit better. But that's okay. It's good. It's really good. The engineer stuff there.
Let me run it too while we're talking about this. Yeah, I think for me, I would say even like I wasn't feeling too nitpicky about the volume. I kind of like for this style that the vocal is a little higher than the instruments, just because I feel like if it were any lower, it would probably be a little muddy because it's already a little bit distorted.
Yeah.
So like with the distortion, you do need to raise the volume up just a tad, just to make sure that there's no muddiness there. So I kind of like, I feel like I like where it's sitting at right now.
Yeah, it's dope.
I think that part right
there
could be louder. Also, I'll say the other part that I want to say when we get into the next category of the composition and arrangement. But I would say just for what's actually there, it could be a little bit louder, just to keep the listener engaged. This part is not as big of a deal because it is the outro already anyway. But I think because that part in the middle is not the end of the song, it could be louder. So yeah, based on all of that, I would say 7.5 for the mix.
Yeah, it's 7.5, 8. I mean, these are things. There's nothing definite, right? So we're talking about slight things that are personal preferences, right? If you came to me and you played this record and you said, but I like it there because I want to make a statement there, I might let you ride with it. It's not a bad mix. It's just that, I'm always thinking of marketability. I want to make sure that my job as an A&R is to help you make money. You understand? And we want to make sure that it plays in any market we are. It sounds to me, and that's just my personal opinion, and we're talking decimals, but just a couple decimals here or there make a big difference. So I would play around with it, see how it sounds. If it doesn't sound any better, leave it like it is. You got, this is the point of getting in the studio and actually spending time. But I don't want you to turn it down to where you lose it. But it's good. On to the composition and arrangement. How do you feel?
So I like what's here, but I think the main issue, or one of the main issues, is that section in the middle. This section here where you duck off, there's no vocals, and you also duck off the instruments. I think we were looking at each other like there could have been like a dope ass quick 4-bar guitar solo that goes crazy, like just some quick shred. Like
there's
so much you could have done there.
You're missing an opportunity here. I mean, can we just start like just a little bit ahead of? Yeah, let it play, and we'll show you what you mean. All right, I actually kind of like where this is, but right here it should be building, and then we should have.
You could at least, even if there's no guitar solo, you could have the drums build from here.
Where you got that.
You did a little bit, but you could have done way more.
And then when that comes in, if you're going to do that, then there has to be a payoff, right? It can't go back. It can't go back to the same track it was before. We have to have a bigger section there. We need to add some things there. We need to add, whether it be a piano or whether it be something that makes it. It's almost like, I know everybody hates this analogy, but this is what you need to learn. And this is why I tell everybody, I don't care if you're a hip hop artist or whatever, go to a rave, go to a EDM concert, and understand, because the one thing those guys understand is how to build records. When I say build records, they build the moment. They know how to take up, they know how to build a bridge and then give the crowd a payoff. They know how to bring it down and then give them. When you bring a crowd down, or you bring that moment down, you're making a crowd work there, because they have to stop and be like, okay, what's happening?
Yeah.
But then if I just come back with the same thing, they feel like the record's boring and dull. If I come back with something that's even bigger, whether I want the vocals a little bit stronger, bigger, I want to emote what's happening, I want to add
more reverb,
more
space,
I just need something. If you could have added, like you said, another guitar, like a rhythm guitar over it, or a piano, something is missing there. And if you made that part bigger, this record really could be something.
It needs to swell.
Yeah, it needs to swell. We call it crescendo. We always want to start here and kind of get here, and then we can duck them off at the end there. This record has real potential, man. I like it a lot. I like what you're doing. We just this is what artist development is about. This is where they get people in a room. Like one of the greatest pieces of YouTube video ever is to go check out when like Bobby Smurder or somebody like that when they introduced auditioned for L.A. Reid and see how they went in and they have a whole room. We used to sit in rooms of 30 and 40 executives and listen to these records, and everybody would have an input. And that's where you get your best work. So myself, Beethoven, giving you these suggestions, really understand it, the technicality of building a record. It could be the same record, but we just need to add something so that we can make that end part duck off. I mean, bro, you got something here. You just need to, you got a Ferrari. We just need to put a kit on, is all we say. It's dope. Yeah. It's dope. I like it. So, composition wise, I'm gonna give you 7.5 on that, only because you've got a bridge, you've got a section here that could have been into a chorus or been into a musical chorus or crescendo to take us on, and the vocals could have expanded and we could have got a little bit more emotion out of vocal, and then you've got a record. This is the type of record that with that type of thing going into the back end, if we could create something like that, this is the record that could get a single deal.
Yeah.
Because you definitely, this type of record could get you on the road making money. Dope.
Yeah. I could see you rocking those little like
Indie
there's
tours.
So many spots in Richmond that I could see you performing this at, like I'm not gonna say the names or anything, but yeah, easy.
Yeah,
easy.
Yeah, that's a college record, man.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a college record. That's college. We call them college tours. There's college tours that one record and you have 2 or 3 more. That's all you need to make $15,000 a night. Mm-hmm. So our next category is rhythm and pocket and flow. I mean, I'm gonna give this an 8 or 9. Honestly, rhythmically you were right on the money, and the flow and the feel of the record was very consistent, and I like it. This fire. I mean, this really has. If this comes to me over my desk, I'm like, okay. Again, be coachable, because there's things that we could even do with your voice here. I mean, like literally how you're moving your voice, that we could make it even juicier. It's an art form, man. It's an art form. So I'm gonna give you an 8.5 on all that. I think it's a great potential.
Yeah, I agree. I think honestly, I even give you a 9 on the flow. Like, it's right in the pocket, man. Like, it's good. It's good. It's very good. I don't have anything negative to say about it, or even construct. I don't really hear anything you could have done better in terms of the flow, except I would say one thing that maybe messes with the flow of the song in totality is, once again, that part of the arrangement that we spoke on. I guess that's the only thing holding me back from giving you a 10 on this, is because that those two things kind of do tie in with each other. So, but yeah, I mean, once again, that's fixable. So
Yeah, it's dope though. I really like it. I think you're good. Next thing, uniqueness. The X factor. I'm gonna give this pretty high. Again, I'm gonna give this an 8, 9, almost 8.5, almost a 9, because honestly, if I close my eyes, I can kind of tell this voice. It's not super unique, but it's unique enough where I'm be like, oh, I know who that is. You know, I'd be really interested in hearing more work to really say if it was really unique or not, because if this is who you are, then I would kind of be like, okay, yeah, man, that's unique. But I'm gonna give you 8, man. I'm gonna give 8.5, because I could tell that that's really your voice. You know what I'm saying? It's not you putting a crazy wedge on it or something like that. That's really who you are. If I talk to you, I'm gonna feel like that's the same person. So I'm not gonna say it's ultra unique, but it's definitely in that area where the genre where it's individualistic. I'll say that.
yeah, for sure. Like you said, if I knew who you were, like if I knew you personally, if I had conversation with you and knew what your voice sounded like on a consistent basis, and then like once again, like you said, go back and listen to the song, I would feel like I was listening to the same person as well. So it definitely does give you some, like you said, individualism, which is good. So yeah, I give 9 for the uniqueness as well.
And lastly, the market readiness. Again, this is gonna be about a 7, because the record itself is really good. The concept of the record is really good. If we go in and there's so many producers and that I could think of right now, that if I put this record in front of them, they would quickly snatch that part, leave that part. They'd leave it in, but it's a perfect chance for to have a crescendo to make it bigger, for him to really emote and getting his point across on what he's talking about. You want to build that whole last section up so it's full. We want to fill up the register of sounds here, and there's really only 3 big notes that you gotta have to make a full register. Here we just kind of went bland and we kind of kept it the same. There was no payoff for that work that the listener had to do of calming down and be like, okay, what's next? You gotta pay the listener off if you're gonna come down and break it down in that low like crescendo there. So that's what we really need to work on. And for that, it's kind of a 7, because that is some work. That's some actual structural work we need to do to the back end. But dope, though, man. Dope. It's definitely doable. I mean, that's something that with the right producer could be fixed in a day, and you'd have a real record here, like a real record.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna go a little bit lower on the market readiness. I would say a 6. For the same reasons, we know what needs to be fixed. Once again, I think you have a very individualistic product that has the potential to be big because of that. Because once again, you're coming into the space or into the environment with your own unique style and tone. So I think, yeah, if you're willing to and if you're open to, definitely, I would say go handle those things that we gave you, and you know what your homework is.
Mm-hmm.
Bring it back to us. You know what I'm saying?
Understand the assignment, man. Understand the
let's see if
assignment.
we can do something with it. Cause yeah, you definitely got something there. You definitely got something for sure.
That's the biggest thing, y'all, is structural. You gotta understand how records are built. And when we say built, means you got a great track and you've got a great all these things, the record has to tell a story. It has to be built. It has to go somewhere. It doesn't always have to be positive. It doesn't have to be super high, but it has to take the person on a ride. It can't just be flat and then I just run it like it's poetry where I'm just spitting my lyrics. What we want to do is have lyrical composition with the music assisting the lyrics to take you where those lyrics are supposed to go. And that's music structure. That's the music business. You know, I don't care if it's now you're hearing like, you know, guys like Drake or something, they're splitting 3 songs into one, but they're taking you somewhere. And that's what gets you. Kendrick, his records take you somewhere. If you're talking about rock, you know, any of these, you can go back to the dawn of time. The record starts off one place and ends a whole nother place. I mean, this is kind of got a Green Day-ish feel here, but you got to understand they build it up, you know, and they build it and they purposely start here and they go. And even if the records are dark, I mean, Enter the Sandman or something like that, they start here. But by the end, even though it's still dark, you're over here. And you're like, damn, I'm feeling it. So always keep that in mind.
Becomes larger.
Yeah.
Over time or over the course of the song.
Listen to a Beethoven record. He does it pretty good, man. He makes good records. And he understands structurally what the record's supposed to be. And those are the people that will get a chance. Because nowadays we just don't have time. There's too many artists for us to develop you. You got to come ready and you got to come understanding these concepts so we can get the music out and get you on the road as fast as possible, making money and basically take advantage of it. That's the bottom line of a label, right? But it's okay to get taken advantage of for a year, especially if you have 0 and they're gonna give you, 30% of something. You know, don't struggle.
And get you some exposure.
Get some exposure, and then you figure it out
and
from there.
Especially if you have, as long as you have a product aside from just your music to offer, then once you have some exposure, you will always be fed because your fan base is going to want more than just the music. They want something else that they can grasp onto. And it doesn't even have to be something physical necessarily, but they want to feel like they have something that's a piece of you beyond just what you're giving to everybody.
And see, this is, and in the chat here, we have Maya Muse Media. I actually know this young lady. She is the head of the Rap Coalition. She works with Wendy Day. She's in Atlanta. She has her eyes, ears, nose, toes, and everything in the streets there. She knows everybody. And if she gives you an idea, gives you some type of suggestion, you need to listen. And what she said right here is perfectly an example of what we're talking about in terms of uniqueness. Your storyline, your emotional is the competitive advantage you have over AI. I mean, you hear all these AI records being made now, you know what I mean? And you want to be true to you because AI can't be true to you. They can make a sound like you, but they can't create the emotion you can create. And this is where we're talking about the structure of the record. And you'll generally see bigger artists, once they find themselves, that structure remains the same all the way through their music. Even though the song may be different, the structure, the emotion, the storyline, how they get their storyline out becomes unique to them. You know, Rick Ross spits how Rick Ross does on every record. It's unique to him. His cadence is unique to him. He figured it out.
And he only selects certain beats that are going to fit
him.
That style and flow. I would say, I love that you mentioned his name because, in my opinion, there's no other rapper who picks better beats for their voice or for their style. Like, Rick Ross has figured out completely what his style of instrumental that needs to be playing behind his vocals to make him sound like the greatest thing that's ever been heard on audio.
And don't get it twisted, y'all. I remember meeting Rick Ross before he was a rapper. He was just in the studio. He was just in the studio in Miami learning. You know what I'm saying? And if you listen to his early work, like the first stuff he had put out before he was even anybody, it was a different cadence and it was a different sound. And he didn't have that rasp and who he is today. He found that he really worked on his craft and built his image, and he was in the right place, the right time, and had the right mind to be coachable and listen to the people say, "Yo, that's it," or "No, that's not it." And that's what we mean. It's important that you understand how to structure the record. It's important that you know how to have emotion, the storyline, but it has to be unique to you. And so that's where we're at with it. But overall, this record here, Kano, man, you know, it's got potential. It's got potential.
Yeah, for sure.
No.
We appreciate you for the submission, for
Yeah.
sure. And let's clap it up one time for my guy, Kano. So let me see what we got up next here. Okay. Actually, we got BTC. Bub, are you still here, BTC? I hope so, because we got your record coming up next. Okay, bet. Yes, all right, bet for sure. All right, so you sent in 2 records. One is called No Disrespect. The other is called Different League. Which one do we want to hear?
Let's try Different League. That sounds interesting.
Different League.
Let's try it.
Right. Let me go ahead and get this downloaded real quick. Okay. And let's get it popping. All right, so once again, this is Different League. This is BTC Bub making a world premiere here on Black Beethoven Radio. Let's get into it, man.
Step out, trim, I got some rings on me. I get tons of all these thoughts, I'm in a different league, you heard. While I walk around with blocks, I don't like 2s, 2 3s, it's good. How the fuck you like your hood? Fuck 12 on my doggy blood. I'ma slide that SRT like Porsche, yeah. Hit it far, yeah. Talk some more, that's enough. Don't like all that shit like shush. Drop her in my cup like crush. You're my crush, run that back up. Please don't come through that back door. Power up, now sound cracked up. Back then used to call home, bro. On now, really trim on the hump. Talk about it, bro, let's let me go. I ain't calling Tina, I don't wanna talk about them problems. I throw Prada on my bitch, mixed with OJ Gabbana. Been fucked up since I came from the womb, leaving my baby bottle. My bitch love the way I talk to her, my dilated proper. I don't call, I don't text, no. Get lost on the X-hole. Yo, bitch gave me neck, though. I ain't even wanna talk about it. I ain't even tryna flex, though. Need my help, can't why about it. Step out, trim, I got some rings on me. I get tons of all these thoughts, I'm in a different league, you heard. While I walk around with blocks, I don't like 2s, 2 3s, it's good.
I think we need to run that back.
Yeah,
Let's
we
run that
definitely
back.
need to run that back. Let's do
run
that. Let's
back.
do that. Yeah. This is BTC Bub, Different League. Let's get it.
Step out, trim, I got some rings on me. I get tons of all these thoughts, I'm in a different league, you heard. While I walk around with blocks, I don't like 2s, 2 3s, it's good. How the fuck you like your hood? Fuck 12 on my doggy blood. I'ma slide that SRT like Porsche, yeah. Hit it far, yeah. Talk some more, that's enough. Don't like all that shit like shush. Drop her my crush, run that back up. Please don't come through that back door. Power up, now sound cracked up. That name used to come home up. Oh, now really trim on the hook. Talk about it, bro, let's let me go. I ain't calling Tina, I don't wanna talk about them problems. I throw Prada on my bitch, mixed with Dolce & Gabbana. Been fucked up since I came from the womb, leaning my baby bottle. My bitch love the way I talk to her, my dilated proper. I don't call, I don't text, no. Get lost on the XO. Yo, bitch, give me neck, though. I ain't even wanna talk about it. I ain't even tryna flex, though. Need my help, can't why about it. Step out, trim, I got some rings on me. I can talk to all these thoughts, I'm in a different league, you heard. Why I walk around with Glocks, I don't like 223s, it's good.
Okay. Let's get into this one. What you think about the mix on this one? I think it's clear. Well, no, it's loud. The vocals are loud, but it is a little distorted. But I think that was intentional.
Yeah, I think it was
on your part. So I'm not going to take any points away from you on that because it still sounds good. I think my real issue is with the auto-tune. I think it's turned up a little too high. Yeah, and it sounded a little bit too computerized as a result. I think your natural voice, I can hear hints of it, and I think that if you let more of that shine through, it would sound better. I know as artists, a lot of times we have this a tendency to, especially when we're first starting off, we don't really like what we hear back after laying down a track. So we start altering it, and then pretty soon we have something that's so completely different at the end than what we put in. But that's not the point of what we're doing. You want to be able to create a sound that is unique while still being true to you. So don't get overzealous with your voice editing. You know, find a balance between making it sound unique, but also making it still sound true. Because, like, how performable is this going to be for you, especially if you don't have a mic with autotune, for instance? You know what I'm saying? Could you perform this? Especially, like, could you drop out the vocals in your verses and perform this live? That's what I always think about whenever I'm making my songs, is like, because I make rap and melodic songs, so a lot of times, either way, I'm still dropping out the vocals in my verses. So I'm always thinking about when I'm making my melodies and making my lyrics or writing my lyrics, is it performable in the sense that, okay, do I have enough time to take breaths in between if I need to, between my phrases, and still be able to perform it and make it sound compelling? And then also the melodies, are they simple enough so that it's not going to stress my voice too much during the performance to where I'm not going to actually be able to output what the record is supposed to sound like? So I'd say it's worth it to dial it back on the record so that you don't hurt yourself or set yourself up for failure on the performance end when you're performing it later. Um, so overall, on the sonic clarity and mix, I'd say just because of that, as it stands right now, I put it at a 7. I put the mix at a 7.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna agree with that. I mean, I think it's a 6.5, 7. Um, just because the first thing we're talking about is sonic clarity and mix. Everything was super clear. I think you, I think you, whoever or you or whoever, the vocals were high there for a reason, and it kind of worked in this uh, segment of the record. You know, what I mean, I think it works with it. I really wouldn't say, but I think that's because the production is so clean. The production's really clean. Like, you know where it's at. It had a that intro had me seriously excited. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was that could be a big intro to a big record. So I'm gonna give it a 7. You know. Next up, we got the composition and arrangement. Um, Arrangement, I'm gonna give it a 6 or 7 also. I mean, the actual concept and idea of where the record is at, I think is actually pretty good. Um, we'll get into where the problems come in a little bit, probably on the next one for me with this record. Um, Thinking the business side of it, monetary wise, and just really figuring out how to make this a record that we could put out to the world. We'll get into that later, but composition arrangement wise, I think it's a good record. I mean, I think you know, it's composed well. I think the lyrics become the issue in terms of where he's going with that, but the actual composement and arrangement of the track and the record, whoever you got this record from, or whoever produced this record, did a really good job. I'd give it a 7.
Yeah, the sound is good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the sound is definitely good. Like I said, that the only issue that I have with the sound is the oversaturation of the auto tune. But aside from that, the sound is really good. I think I agree with the thing about the lyrics. I think it could be you could do more. Like simple is good, but I feel like this simplicity is gonna hurt because of the the subject content of the song is not very marketable,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that's what David was gonna be leading into later. Uh, and yeah, we can talk about that when we get to that section. So I'm not going to say too much more on that right now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, for the composition, I'd say aside from that thing about the lyrics, it is good. The sound is good. There's clearly some quality that's being put behind and effort being put behind the song. I give it an 8.
Mm-hmm.
I give it an 8.
Mm-hmm. All right. Next up, we got the rhythm, pocket, and flow. This is where I think BTC, man, you know, like, this is where, again, as an executive, as a music executive, this is where I would say this is where it needs to work.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, a big part of a record is, yes, we want to say something, but we also want to have it said in a way that brings everybody along with us, right? So, I'm not gonna get it because not only is this man sitting next to me a tremendous artist and a tremendous producer. If you guys don't know, we live here in Thailand. We're in Pattaya, Thailand. home of the party, home of 808, Club Flex, Tunnel. It is hip hop to the DIE out here. It's big time. It's big business. And this man's one of, if not the top DJ in town. And he can tell you from his experience, you've got a record here that's clean and got a beat and you could do something with. But if the lyrics are riding in that way, as a DJ, we can't put that record in there and make it really work. And I'm gonna let this man speak to that more than me.
Yeah, so your flow is inconsistent. I'll hear it again. I want to point out the specific instances where it's happening.
Step out your mic, got some race on me. I get talk to all these thoughts, I'm in a different league, you heard. Walk around with glass, I don't like 2 through 3s, it's good. How the fuck you like your hood? Fuck 12 on my doggy bud.
So you're kind of behind the beat the whole time, and I know that's a style these days, and sometimes it can end up sounding good, but I think for this, it feels sloppy as opposed to it feeling like it's in a pocket. And then I think also, I don't want to speak on that part yet because we still, well, actually, it goes more so in the market readiness category. But
You can talk about Toy.
all right, so the lyrics of this song aren't really they're not being communicated in a sophisticated enough way, in my opinion.
Right.
So like, because you're already not really talking about much, the delivery needs to be sharper in order for you to get away with the fact that you're not really talking about much. You know what I'm saying? So like, it doesn't help either that the flow is lagging behind the beat, and also the delivery lyrically is unsophisticated. So those two things are really detracting from, which I know we're not there yet, but the market readiness of this song. So what I would say is two things that you need to focus on. And I see that you said earlier in the chat that you have another version of this song with a feature and another verse. So I would like to hear that. We're not going to do it right now, but you can send it to me. I want to hear it maybe in my spare time or whatever. But I think for this song, in order for this song to work, it needs to be, one, the flow needs to be more in pocket, but also it needs to be developed lyrically so that when you deliver this song, it can be more, it can be easier for the audience to engage with. Because like right now it's kind of boring. Like the lyrics are boring. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not saying anything that's gonna like bring or like stop anybody's attention or grab. There's no attention grabbing lyrics in the song. It's very like, it sounds like everything that everybody else says in terms of like the words, specifically like 2 2 3 this and okay, Glock that, and it's like, it's the same shit I hear every artist in Richmond saying. Like you're not saying nothing that's grabbing my attention. You know what I'm saying? Like the song sounds good sonically, but you're not saying anything to move me. Like it's moving my spirit. Like it's boring. You know what I'm saying? It's a problem.
I'm gonna say this. Like, again, I mean, I know I'm an old guy and I'm a nobody now, but I'm gonna tell you, I've been in some of the biggest studio sessions with some of the biggest artists you could ever think of, and have some pretty good credits. Okay, and I'll tell you, most artists, most big time artists, the guys that are actually getting. I'm not trying to say that you got to be a monster artist, but the people who are actually making checks, whether you know their name or not, they usually start off with a concept. You understand? They start off with some idea of what they want to talk about. I know we hear about Jay and all these people in their head, but even him, if you talk to him, I've had pleasure of talking to him a lot. They start off with a concept. They start off, as soon as they hear a beat, it immediately gives them an idea or a concept. And then they try and spit the lyrics to convey that concept. You know what I'm saying? So usually it goes, let's just say you have this beat, because I'm not sure if you produced it yourself or you got it from somebody. The beat is fire, right? So now if I turn on this beat for Beethoven, I'm gonna say, yo, this is what we spit into. His brain is gonna listen to it a couple times. He's gonna come up with a concept. All right, I want to talk about, I don't know, this beat makes me feel like relationships. It's already got the hook kind of in there. All I need. She's all I need. She's saying, you're all I need. All right. So now we're talking about, that's the concept. Now we want to spit to that concept. Now usually after that becomes, in his head, it might not even be a lyric. It'll just be like, whatever the cadence or the rhythm is. And that's usually how we build a record. Then you kind of just throw the lyrics on top of that cadence, and that's really how you do it. And that's how you do it in record time. I'm just giving you a lot of sauce here, guys, because if you come up with a concept over a decent beat, and then you come up, you don't even have to have the lyrics, just have a cadence, just sing out the cadence, so you kind of know where you want to go with the thing. The lyrics will come really easy, and that's how we're able to get 2, 3, 4, sometimes even 5 records a day, if we really want to work that hard, done. Instead of just saying, oh, I got to come up with some lyrics.
I've had artists come through and do 3, 4 songs in 1 hour.
Yeah, so it's, but they're coming with, I'm hitting you with the beat, and you immediately have a concept in mind. Oh man, this is what I want to talk about here. And then you got to take them on a journey and spit that concept in a way to understand, and structurally be on beat. You can't fall behind the beat like that.
Yeah.
You know,
especially if this is the engineered version or mastered version of the song. There's no excuse on either of y'all's behalf, really, for that to be happening.
Because engineer can sit up there and plug you in.
Yeah.
He can plug you in and bring it, try and keep it on beat. You notice if you go back, let's take Glorilla for instance. That first record she had, which was Monstrous, she was behind the beat the whole time. But the record was so big that we ignored it. But if you notice, by the time Gotti and them got her ready and put her in boot camp for about 6 months, and she came out with another record, she was on that beat. Now she ride that beat as good as anybody in the business. She learned it. And that is a big part of making a record marketable, because in the end, yeah, we want the dudes to listen to it, but especially a beat like this is about the ladies. So if you're behind the beat, the ladies are gonna be like, oh, I don't know, I can't dance to this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because this definitely could be a club record. Like it's some sexy shit for sure. Like there's some shit the ladies can slow grind to, get their little dirty wine. You know what I'm saying? But it has to be in the pocket.
Again, it's about music. It's about making people feel and dance. And this is not poetry. We're not doing that, So you have to flow and ride that beat. As far as the uniqueness of this record, I mean, it's the beat keeps it really unique. Like, you gonna know who that is. The beat. Now the lyrics, they might be, they might not be, but because you have that auto tune on it, or it's not even auto tune, it's a wedge. It's really not auto tune. It's more of a wedge on it. It makes it sound like everybody else. Now I'm not one of those guys that hate on that. I don't mind you using something mechanical on your voice. I'm not the guy to tell you not to do that. Again, Beethoven brought up a good point. It's very hard to perform that. You know, you got to work with that. But if you're using this and using it in a unique way, if you're using it in a way, and again, if the lyrics are riding it, whatever, maybe. But then find new parts of the wedge. Don't use the same part that everybody uses. Don't use the same tone, the same everything, because then that's what throws you in the bucket with everybody else. Because as an A&R, even if this rides it, that wedge makes it sound like there's no uniqueness in terms of I close my eyes and I know who that is. I don't. T-Pain won with that because he could sing. And you knew, even with that auto-tune on it, it was him. Lil Wayne, it wasn't an auto-tune, it was a wedge, but you could still tell it was Lil Wayne through it. They never took the uniqueness of his voice out with that wedge. And that, again, that is an engineering thing. There's people don't understand. They think they just put an effect on it and they run with it. No, we are sitting here taking that digitizing of the voice and making it in a way that we want to make sure that we still have the uniqueness of the artist on there while hearing that. There's a lot of work that goes into this, guys. It's not just pushing a button and throwing it on there and sounding like it don't work that way at the highest level. We have to make sure that if Beethoven releases a record, it still has to sound like him, even if we have an effect on our voice. It still has to be him. We can't wash him out with the digitizing the voice. So,
and like I said, that's always my main I don't even want to say issue. That's my main gripe against the over saturation in the autotune. I don't mind people using autotune. Like I use autotune too, but I'm always very conscious to make sure when I use it, it doesn't oversaturate so much that it becomes a computer versus my actual voice. Like I still want it to sound like me. And a lot of times what you can do, a lot of times when you feel like you need auto-tune, which you really need, you don't need auto-tune, you actually just need some reverb.
yeah,
A lot of times. It's not more auto-tune.
it's not the same.
You need more reverb. That little bit of reverb that you have at the top, especially with those higher frequencies, and you get it up to like 4K on the reverb, can be the difference.
Yeah, like you said, listen, there's a difference between auto-tune and reverb, obviously, but you don't want to wash out your voice and your uniqueness of voice, because I'm listening behind that. You got a good voice. You got a good sense of where you need to be at. I just think that we need to make sure that everything stays on beat, and then make sure that we're actually spitting lyrics that females are going to be attracted. Because this beat should be about a love story. It can be whatever you want it to be, but it should be in that vein, and you want something that they're going to be able to sing to and talk to and dance to. There's no real hook to it. There's no new whatever. I want this come on. I want the girls to be able to listen to it and put their drinks up in the air, listen to the car, and repeat it. So we talking fuck 12 on a record that you really can have something. And again, I know that's what it is. That's who you are. I get it. But part of being an artist is understanding what your crowd wants. You know, Rick Ross was, you know, flipping birds, but as soon as he understood how to talk to the ladies, that's when his shit popped off, you know? So don't follow the crowd, man. You know, if you're going to pick a beat like this, make sure that you listen to the beat. And when I'm saying listen to the beat, meaning like listen to what the beat's trying to tell you. It's trying to tell you where to go with this record here. It's a layup. And you took it and you threw it out the 3-point line, tried to jack it from the logo. And we just you don't need that. This is a layup for you because the beat is good. The production is good. I even like where your voice is on it. So
yeah,
I don't know if it makes it that unique because you washed yourself out.
Yeah, for the uniqueness, I had to give this a 3.
Yeah, I'm right there, 3.5 max, because you washed yourself out. If you had left sort of your natural voice a little bit on there and put a little reverb or a little wedge on it, and just something that gives us a chance that if we talk to you, we can still say it's the same tone as that record, then you got something. That's what makes you unique, you know. We just lesson for all of y'all: just don't wash yourself out with these actual digitizing of the voice. You know, market readiness. Is it ready? No, it's not ready. It's not even. We'd have to literally. I mean, the beat is good, all this stuff, but even with the
beat's ready.
Yeah, you know what I mean. We still have to put kind of a bridge or a hook in there.
And your vocal template is almost ready.
Yeah,
you know.
But we have a lot of work. We have to take this whole thing apart, strip it down, and put it back together. So
yeah,
it's probably a 2 or a 3 for me on being market ready. But listen, don't take that as a negative. We're not saying it's bad. We're just trying to help you understand where you need to work on, because you could go fix all of this stuff in like 2-3 nights and come back with a banger that could be a top 100 record.
Yeah, it wouldn't even take you too long for
yeah.
Yeah, the hardest part for you specifically is just gonna be with getting the lyrics together, and then
stand on.
I mean, even the flow is not gonna. That's not necessarily on you, because that's if you're sending this off to an engineer, then that's on them.
You in correct. You got to punch you in correct.
Yeah, but now, did you engineer this yourself, or do you have an engineer for this? I'm hoping that you have somebody to do it for you, so it'll be easier for you to just go ahead and finish up the lyrics, and then you're good at that point. But yeah, man, we appreciate you either way for sending in your submission,
putting it out there, man. You got something.
We definitely want to give you some applause. You know what I'm saying? Recognize, and we appreciate everybody for even being willing to put yourself out here, put yourself on the platform, put yourself in front of people's faces. I think what we're gonna do real quick, because I have not eaten dinner yet, we're finna take a brief intermission, and yeah, I'm gonna grab me some food real quick, and I'm gonna let a few of these songs play, and when we come back, and maybe probably about 20 minutes. When we come back, I think up next is gonna be, let me see who's next in the queue. Let me see. Who's next up? Next up is gonna be Shamar when we come back. Shamar Moses.
I like that thing.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and download that. He can send me 3 different songs, but I think I like the name of that first one, "Staying Guilt." We're gonna check out what that's talking about when we get back from the break. So don't go nowhere. We're gonna play some tunes for y'all, and like I said, when we come back, we will keep this thing going. All right.
We are not the same. Seaside paradise. Had to take a risk, take a chance, take a gamble. Grab a game, playing with a paradise. Moving out of pocket, so I really had to scramble. For a little minute, won't living right. Moving, but my feet feel paralyzed. Now I got Clinko on the ice, and I feel good when the sun rises. Couple months in, put the city on my back. I've been working, I've been running through the tracks. Call me Beethoven, but don't forget the black. If they looking for the real, I'ma give them straight facts. Britannica, paper we can manage. All my combo attacks gonna cause the most damage. I'ma shut it down like Super Bowl Beyonce. I'ma ball out, run the bill up like Chauncey. No fear, got my eyes on the prize. I be working up into the sunrise. Told myself that I'ma be the greatest all time. Man, I gotta keep believing, cause I'm really that guy. No fear, got my eyes on the prize. I be working up into the sunrise. Told myself that I'ma be the greatest all time. Man, I gotta keep believing, gotta give me that. T-side paradise. Had to take a risk, take a chance, take a gamble. Grab a game, playing with a paradise. Moving out of pocket, so I really had to scramble. For a little minute, won't living right. Moving, but my feet felt paralyzed. Now I got clean go on the ice. And I feel good when the sun rises.
My whole catalog crack-a-lacking, all because I jumped off the porch and I made it happen. And now the whole world listen to me when I'm rapping. They be vibing to my voice and all their fingers steady snapping like a jazz band, trying to get the timing on point. I be snapping on the action like an old man joints. I be rolling up a joint when I be rolling to the bank. But we keep enough gas, we can fill the whole tank.
No fear, got my eyes on the prize. I be working up into the sunrise. Told myself that I'ma be the greatest all time. Man, I gotta keep believing, cause I'm really that guy. No fear, got my eyes on the prize. I be working up into the sunrise. Told myself that I'ma be the greatest all time. Man, I gotta keep believing, gotta give me that. T-side paradise. Had to take a risk, take a chance, take a gamble. Grab a game, playing with a paradise. Moving out of pocket, so I really had to scramble. For a little minute, won't living right. Moving, but my feet felt paralyzed. Now I got clean go on the ice. And I feel good when the sun rises.
Other day I had to remind myself who I am. We get lost in the sauce when that paper coming in. It was way too many inquiries and not enough M's. I don't wanna be in this situation again. I don't really wanna fall, who finna act like a friend. I've been fighting for my peace, I really needed a win. Michael Vick and 04, all I gotta do is spin. Walking into paradise, wearing nothing but a grin, alright.
No fear, got my eyes on the prize. I be working up into the sunrise. Told myself that I'ma be the greatest all time. Man, I gotta keep believing, cause I'm really that guy. No fear, got my eyes on the prize. I be working up into the sunrise. Told myself that I'ma be the greatest all time. Man, I gotta keep believing, gotta give me that.
There are thousands to tell you it could not be done. There are thousands to prophesize failure. There are thousands to point out to you one by one the dangers that wait to assail you. But just buckle in with a bit of a grin. Just take off your coat and go to it. Just start to sing as you tackle the thing that cannot be done. And you do it. I mean, look at me. Heavy hitters from Black Beethoven.
Puffin' peanut butter cookies for my psyche. The kush clouds surround me and entice me. Just like your lady do. We never been afraid of you. Cause I'm a born winner, real contender. I don't play to lose. You can live forever if you play your part and play it cool. Wait your turn to pay your dues. I pay respect and play the tunes. Catch me play making till I'm paid in full. Ready for whatever, if whatever wanna play the fool. I done did a lot of things I know I should be proud of too. Spent so many days and nights reminiscing about the cool. 4 letter words, such a powerful persuasive tool. Bend it and we molded just to fit within the daily rules. Frustration, deliberation, it really had me hesitating. Seeking equity in everything I'm delegating. Situations really tested me and tried my patience. But the outcome always showed me that I'm God's favorite. Now I keep that in my mind when I'm paper chasing. Pushing buttons on heavy metal, it got me elevating. The logic in my head keep me in a solid state. Seen too many niggas melt down playing with water weight. I'm more or less applying pressure as I hit the gas. Full tank of heavy stank will make you need a mask. I'm airborne like a sickness or coronavirus. The way I'm killing all these beasts, they need to check the vitals. I leave a scene without a single trace of evidence. I make a play and then I head straight to the residence. Find me in a plush white home just like the president. Blood stained carpets just to add a touch of elegance. Puffin' peanut butter cookies for my psyche. The kush clouds surround me and entice me. Just like your lady do. We never been afraid of you. Cause I'm a born winner, real contender. I don't play to lose. You can live forever if you play your part and play it cool. Wait your turn to pay your dues. I pay respect and play the tunes. Catch me play making till I'm paid in full. Ready for whatever, if whatever wanna play the fool.
I'm giving a long stroke, it's giving the high hopes. She want commitment, yeah, she want me in our bio. Rising connection, got a feeling like it's Fios. Plus the green, give her reassurance like it's Geico. And I love hard, but girl, I get bored quick. Hit all the small talking about it up on this stupid shit. I'm intellectual, I cannot be with a stupid chick. She calling my phone for direction, don't know what to do with it. I told her to wait a bit. She told me I make her sick. Honest to women with all my intentions, so yeah, we can get it. You can enjoy it, don't get it twisted. Infinite pay you attention. Infinite pay you a cent, little bitch. You better get some respect, little bitch. You better get you a check, little bitch. And keep a foot on their neck, little bitch. Heart been warming, but my spirit way too rigid. Been through the wire, acquired the feelings of vengeance. Who gonna pay off the penance? Who gonna deliver the digit? Pushing it all to the limit. Did all my diligence to get addictive. This one is different. I be feeling like LeBron on my birthday. Most loved and hated still in first place. Every day I'm penning all my pain into this record box. Nigga like me, the epitome of a paradox. Everything I do is just preparing for my legacy. Every day I wake up trying to make myself a better me. Calculate the risk and then I make the move carefully. Do it to the fullest and I do it to the death of me. Growing out of touch and I don't know if you can feel it. Warm-hearted with a rigid spirit. Trying to spark a conversation, I don't know if you can hear it. Warm-hearted with a rigid spirit. Growing out of touch and I don't know if you can feel it. Warm-hearted with a rigid spirit. Trying to spark a conversation, I don't know if you can hear it. Warm-hearted with a rigid spirit.
Yo, Jimmy, pass me my cup, bro. That one right there. And the iced tea. I got a pocket full of paper and some weed, nigga. Good herb, no sticks, no seeds, nigga. And I'm full throttle, drinking out the bottle. Whole team faded, we gon' need a lot of models. Tell them, pick your poison. Tell me what you need, cause the shot's on me. And we finna make a scene. I got another Dutch, bout to fill it with some tree. Double cup of cognac, mix it with the iced tea.
I'm a half-baked, cause the weed is all I need. Or a lady with double D's, pick your poison, what you need. I got green from overseas, enough to make you sneeze. Allergies, got them girls with callous knees, that'll make your
Got a
heart
bottle
bleed.
in one hand and a cup in the other. It don't matter who you fucking, girl, cause all of us brothers. But I ain't gonna hit you raw, girl, cause you ain't my lover. When we lay down in this bed, don't you dare touch my rubber.
Woe is me, I'm a G, that's that grandma, that fire. Kanye West through the wire, I'm the one you should admire. Like I'm James with the power, Terrence Howard from Empire. Stacking mags like Inquire, and I bet they'll make you seem
So
like
if I
an
pull up
organ
to
in
your
a
city
choir.
with no hall pass, I don't wanna see no violence, better fall back. Came for a good time and to share a little music. Only here for one night, I'm tryna fuck a couple cuties. I got a pocket full of paper and some weed, nigga. Good herb, no sticks, no seeds, nigga. And I'm full throttle, drinking out the bottle. Whole team faded, we gon' need a lot of models. Tell them, pick your poison. Tell me what you need, cause the shot's on me. And we finna make a scene. I got another Dutch, bout to fill it with some tree. Double cup of cognac, mix it with the iced tea. Had a long day today, yeah. Feeling the pain today, yeah. Pouring some drink today, yeah. Hitting the bank today, yeah. Made the money, hit a backflip. Hitting switches, I'm a neutral. Need a baddie, all natural. Spitting game so casual.
We taking shots, so be quiet. Oh, them shots will make you quiet. I'm a beast, I'm a lion. I'm the best, I'm not lying. I'm in it, you outline. And I'm shining, I'm grinding. I'm a diamond, you just heard that wanna surround me.
On my body, I got money on my mind. If you want this lifestyle, you gotta get on your grind. At first I wasn't patient, now I'm taking my time. Sipping on this double cup till the end of the line.
I'm back, your bitch in the rubber. We keep a dirt on the cover. I double cup, you double cover. You her lover, I'm a fucker. Pick your poison, lethal weapon, Mr. Gibson. Then I pass it to my brother, Tovin Glover. Wine it, LFP,
I got a
taking
pocket
over.
Full of paper and some weed, nigga. Good herb, no sticks, no seeds, nigga. And I'm full throttle, drinking out the bottle. Whole team faded, we gon' need a lot of models. Tell them, pick your poison. Tell me what you need, cause the shots on me. And we finna make a scene. I got another Dutch, bout to fill it with some tree. Double cup of cognac, mix it with the iced tea.
Heavy hitters from Black Beethoven.
They say it's lonely at the top, dog. And if you run it up, you gotta run the clock off. You better put in for that work or you get knocked off. Because the world a whole lot bigger than your block, dog. Yeah, yeah.
Abracadabra.
Now you see me, now you don't. Ooh. Oh, wait, where'd he go? Hey.
Abracadabra.
Now you see me, now you don't. Ooh. Oh, wait, where'd he go?
Abracadabra, disappearing off the camera. Climb up the ladder, making them scatter. What is the matter? When I'm hungry, she make me a platter. Searching for happily ever after. I don't really fuck with the chatter. Pitch a no-hitter and strike out the batter.
I'm a Mad Hatter, spitting mad game to an Alice. Making her blush, smoking her cuss, now she redder than a snapper. Breaking her back boy in like I'm O'Neal, making it shatter. Ass is flatter than a pancake, but I still whip up the batter. Take her to school, give her the tools, sort of subject matter. Give her a sip of the Yaga, straight to the bladder, now she want the dagger. Send her to space like Brad Pitt and Ad Asher. Now she want a ring around her like she the planet Saturn.
They say it's lonely at the top, dog. And if you run it up, you better run the clock off. You better put in for that work or you get knocked off. Because the world a whole lot bigger than your block, dog, yeah. Abracadabra. Now you see me, now you don't. Ooh. Oh, wait, where'd he go? Hey. Abracadabra. Now you see me, now you don't. Ooh. Oh, wait, where'd he go?
I get the bag, you dig? I jump in the water, I'm splashing big. My heart is a freezer, my neck is a fridge. The beat is like bacon, I'm bringing it in. I'm eating it over and over again. I chase it with brown, don't fuck with the gin. Hair getting long and blowing the wind. When I play the game, I play it to win. My chick is a 10, the body is high. You niggas be losing, my niggas we not. Ain't trapping and clapping and running the block. We making it happen and making it drop. We bringing the music and banging the spot. Haters be looking, they all on my job. They want me to quit, man, they want me to stop. But I ain't gonna quit till I get to the top. So fill up my cup, roll up some gas, I'm ready to work. I be moving so fast, I done learned from mistakes that I made in the past. I was running in circles and showing my ass. But I was a kid and now I'm a man. The Lord made a way and he showed me a plan. I put him in control, put it all in his hands, and he gave me the mic and said, go get the bigs.
They say it's lonely at the top, dog. And if you run it up, you gotta run the clock off. You better put in for that work or you get knocked off. Because the world a whole lot bigger than your block, dog. Yeah, yeah.
Abracadabra.
Now you see me, now you don't. Ooh. Oh, wait, where'd he go? Hey.
Abracadabra.
Now you see me, now you don't. Ooh. Oh, wait, where'd he go? I'm top of the league, top pedigree, dog of the pound. Been a 5 signs since the day I was bred. Now I'm after the bread. Gingerbread man, give it up before she get out of hand. Call my dogs up and they'll jump out the van. Wrap you up in cables with the broadbands. Throw you in the back like an Eminem's fan stand. Kidnap you, take you to a strange land. Empty your pockets and bury you in sand. If you don't answer to our demands, give you the backhand, tell you to call up your mans. Make sure they bring us 1,000 bands. If you don't listen, we'll cut off your hands. Pull up, we blasting, right on command. Shooting no course like we in a drum band. Shit was unplanned, now the whole scene is a no man's land. All I see is just bodies land like a wasteland. I disappear along with the money, mail some back home to my dog's family. Pour a couple shots out for my homies, made it out on top, but now I'm feeling lonely. And that's the way you build up a story.
They say it's lonely at the top, dog. And if you run it up, you better run the clock off. You better put in for that work or you get knocked off. Because the world a whole lot bigger than your block, dog, yeah. Abracadabra. Now you see me, now you don't. Ooh. Oh, wait, where'd he go? Hey. Abracadabra. Now you see me, now you don't. Ooh. Oh, wait, where'd he go?
Heavy hitters This from Black Beethoven.
And it can never stop, nah, got the party going. And it can never stop, nah, got everybody going. Tell me what you really want from me, baby, you can have it your way. Supposed to be a quickie, but you still gon' get the foreplay. Getting freaky soon as we get in the doorway. Body's going crazy, we might be in here for 4 days. Cause that ass draw me in like a magnet. Booty so big, that's why I'm slapping it and grabbing it. Booty so big, it's about to make me have an accident. Booty so big that I could use it for a cabinet. I guess that's why they call that ass a snack. Every time I see that ass, I gotta greet it with a smack. After we get out the function, double down and double back. Cause I've been waiting on that booty and I'm about to make it clap. I know what you really want from me. Got some money that'll make you say. So throw that thing and make it flaunt for me. Cause that booty always make me say. And it can never stop, nah, got the party going. And it can never stop, nah, got everybody going.
Goddamn, I love the way you drop it, baby. And when you do the splits, you know that shit drive me crazy. Got my old lady over here praying, cause she know your big booty about to turn me into say.
Hey, hold up, my nigga. Why you gotta bring the devil into it? Like, for real, my nigga? You don't think God love booty too?
I don't know.
Who you think made the booty? Come on, for real,
it just
nigga?
happened to
Tighten
rhyme,
up.
and I thought it would sound cool.
Yeah, I'm just saying, the way you twerk that booty got a nigga hallucinate. Wanna lay my balls up in you like I'm Gary Payton. Need to take you home tonight, I ain't got no patience. We can roleplay, I'm the doctor, you my patient. Let me put my tools up in you, then give you medication. I'ma work up on you all night, no need for payment. Let me work up on that booty with no limitations. All I ask is that you twerk the ass, no hesitation. We can roll a blunt if you need some inspiration. Then pop that booty for me, let me see you elevated. Put your back into it, show me that you're dedicated.
I know what you really want from me. Got some money that'll make you say. So throw that thing and make it flaunt for me. Cause that booty always make me say. And it can never stop, nah, got the party going. And it can never stop, nah, got everybody going. Everybody going crazy in it, bit might make a baby in it, bit. Cause she just made that booty hit a 180 in this bitch, yeah. The way she doing tricks, I thought she was a globetrotter. That booty probably snatched more souls than Ghost Rider.
And when she drop it, she get lower than a scuba diver. Everybody taking shots of her like a sniper. And when she pop it, watch it, you can see her jeans tight. And when she hit the split, everybody pause like a hyphen. Baby, how she got the whole party ignited. When she bounce that ass, she can shake it like she got arthritis. Ass so big, can't even breathe up in them jeans. Like she got coronavirus stuck up in the seams.
That booty viral put some pressure on my vitals. Man, the way that booty shaking, I just might need a revival. But believe me, if she throw it, I'ma catch it like a spiral. She a certified twerker, got the whole party ignited. I know what you really want from me. Got some money that'll make you say. So throw that thing and make it flaunt for me. Cause that booty always make me say. And it can never stop, nah, got the party going. And it can never stop, nah, got everybody going. I know what you really want from me. Got some money that'll make you say. So throw that thing and make it flaunt for me. Cause that booty always make me say. And it can never stop, nah, got the party going. And it can never stop, nah, got everybody going.
Black Beethoven.
I don't do no handouts, so nigga, why your hand out? Talking sideways, boy, you better watch your damn mouth. You niggas a trip, I got money other lands now. Had to take a backseat just so I can stand out. I don't do no handouts, so nigga, why your hand out? Talking sideways, boy, you better watch your damn mouth. You niggas a trip, I got money other lands now. Had to take a backseat just so I can stand out.
One thing I can stand is a nigga with an attitude. Everything I done for you, this how you show your gratitude. Absolutely not. That's the shit that make me hot. When a nigga acting stingy every time he in the spot. Do your mama know you acting like a bitch made nigga? You cutting up and moving like a switchblade nigga. And if I would've known you was guaranteed to fold, would've never joined the game, I could've stayed my ass at home. Feel like every time I open up my eyes, I take a risk between death, incarceration, or having to use my fist. Fuck a pistol, I'm a bully you and beat you to a pulp. Gonna be looking like I'm Thanos the first time he met the Hope. I really hate to do this, I'm a lover, not a fighter, but you push me to the edge, I guess you got what you desired. Your heart is made of cotton, I can see why you so soft. Better take the back seat before you get too deep involved.
I don't do no handout, so nigga, why your hand out? Talking sideways, boy, you better watch your damn mouth. You niggas a trip, I got money other lands now. Had to take a back seat just so I can stand out. I don't do no handout, so nigga, why your hand out? Talking sideways, boy, you better watch your damn mouth. You niggas a trip, I got money other lands now. Had to take a back seat just so I can stand out.
Accepting me with no solicitation, I ain't giving you shit like I'm constipated. I've been making moves like I'm Saquon. Skip to the hole, I ain't lacking patience. Track suit like them trappers do, but in corporate I be the most dapper dude. I've been growing my green like a chia seed. You just capping the hat and I'm Dr. Seuss. Blizzards I'm facing, I'm watching for COVID invasion. I put on my mask like I'm Jason, go Super Saiyan. I've been saying I'm at the top, but never touch down like I'm Peyton. I'm moving silence in the capital, it's supernatural. They don't even hear my zappados. Put on my dog in the passenger, holla what's happening. She bring her friends over rapido. It feel better when you earn it, and I've been earning like I'm Curry. So why would I give you a penny? You struggling plenty, so go do a service. Show somebody that you worth it. Think about what's on your resume. Some might say that I'm a doctor, I'm growing the gas so they pay me to medicate. And every time I get a check, the 1st and the 7th, the 15th is cheddar day. You need to try again yesterday. I'm getting icy like a set of skates. These chicas, they like to investigate. Don't let them find out that you broke, just stay on your toes. Go flip through some pages of Vogue so you see the best of the hoes.
I don't do no handout, so nigga, why your hand out? Talking sideways, boy, you better watch your damn mouth. You niggas a trip, I got money other lands now. Had to take a back seat just so I can stand out. I don't do no handout, so nigga, why your hand out? Talking sideways, boy, you better watch your damn mouth. You niggas a trip, I got money other lands now. Had to take a back seat just so I can stand out. No handouts, you gotta get it poppin'. Ain't no handouts, no handouts, you gotta get it poppin'. Ain't no handouts, no handouts, you gotta get it poppin'. Ain't no handout, no handouts, you gotta get it poppin'. Ain't no handouts.
Black Beethoven.
I got Supreme. I pull up on the scene. Designing my jeans, might have a pocket rocket in between. She jacking my stock, I'm flicking the bean. I ain't gotta talk if you know what I mean. When I was in college, I went to my dean. He told me it's better to follow my dreams, so that's what I'm doing. I made me some goals. Been through the highs and I've been through the lows. I can't let a bitch nigga step on my toes. Can't fuck with that bitch and she play with her nose. I'm trying to mount up and count up the dough. And after I count it, to count up some more. When I finish counting, I roll me some joy. I let her tie my shoes, then I head out the door. Going in the flash, cause I get the bag. I'm overly dedicated to the cash. My fingers be itching, it feel like a rat. So I'm shooting my shot and I'm making it splash. Take out my nuts, I'm letting them drag. That's how I feel when I'm popping the tag. Making these bangers to give me a bag. I spit on the mic, now I need me a rag. I'm a Black Panther, my lady a jag. We deep in the jungle, we making it wild. Running it back and we moving the pow. Running the marathon, moving the miles. We keeping it going, we never gon' stop. Set it in motion, we letting it drop. I told you we making our way to the top. When we get to the top, we gon' bop at the block. I'm in my banger bag, I'm selling hope. And if you pay for that, you might get a quote. What's the price? I'm in my banger bag, I'm selling beats. And if you pay for that, you gon' get the heat. I'm in my banger bag, I'm selling hope. And if you pay for that, you might get a quote. What's the price? I'm in my banger bag, I'm selling beats. And if you pay for that, you candy, want me now. I'ma suck on her later. I'm working on my goals, trying to be something greater. Like handing out money in exchange for favors. My bars will wrap around your head just like a taper. And by the time you finish thinking my bag is filled with paper, I ain't got no time for love. Lately I've been on a mission, knocking out one beat after the other like I'm Sonny. Listen, now listen up. I'm so fed up with the establishment not listen to us. What the fuck is up? What's wrong with everyone trying to get their health up or their minds up with a fair opportunity for all of us? So I took a couple stacks out my bag to lift Bernie Sanders up, the only politician in the election who stood up and went to jail for us. So fuck Biden and Bakari Sellers, they can eat the shit that they trying to sell us. And shout out to Cornell, the only West who didn't sell out the corporate shells.
I'm in my banger bag, I'm selling hope. And if you pay for that, you might get a quote. What's the price? I'm in my banger bag, I'm selling beats. And if you pay for that, you gon' get the heat. I'm in my banger bag, I'm selling hope. And if you pay for that, you might get a quote. What's the price? I'm in my banger bag, I'm selling beats. And if you pay for that, you gon' get the heat.
Heavy hitters from Black Beethoven.
I told her, meet me at the drip lab. But beginning, baby, you gon' need a drip pass. Cause security be checking all the hip bags. And she draw so much attention with her thick ass. Almost gave me whiplash. You gon' cause a chemical reaction, girl, if you keep it up. Cause I'm feeling kinda frisky with this drink in my cup. And you summertime dripping like a snow cone. Plus we really ain't got barely any clothes on. Girl, it's in a slow song. It's that move around and make it wiggle. Every time I'm at the function, you can catch me in the middle. Dip and dab, do my dance. Pretty women love a nigga. Got him in my target line and I'm about to pull the trigger. Girl, give me a warning if you wanna get physical. Gotta wear a rubber cause the drip is so residual. Am I talking metaphor? Am I talking literal? If you bring a camera phone, we can make it digital. Go ahead and take a sip. Let me see you make it drip. Go ahead and take a sip.
Come and meet me at the drip lab. Because all we got sweet. It's a Wednesday night. And you know I'm gonna be, I'm at the drip lab. Gotta step up in the mix. Everybody taking pictures cause they feeling all the drip. I'm at the drip lab. We got sour, we got sweet. It's a Wednesday night. And you know I'm gonna be, I'm at the drip lab. Gotta step up in the mix. If you feeling like I'm feeling, let me see you make it drip. Make it drip, make it drip. Let me see you make it drip. Make it drip, make it drip. Let me see you make it drip. Make it drip, make it drip. Let me see you make it drip. Make it drip, make it drip. Let me see.
I told her, meet me on the dance floor. Let me show you how to shake it, girl. My sauce be steady dripping. Let me show you how to make it. I be cooking in the kitchen. I'm the chef and I'm the baker. I'm the host and I'm the waiter. I be getting to the paper. Certified party rocking, Molly whopping, panty dropping all around the city popping. There is not another option. Let me clocking, always working, never stopping. Focus, but you see me smiling, smoking with the DD driver. I done paid the price for this lifestyle. Not Mr. Right, but I'm Mr. Right now. So go on and pour a drink and dim the lights down. Hope you packed a bag, I'm about to take your ass to pipe down. Go ahead and take a sip. Let me see you make it drip. Go ahead and take a sip.
Come and meet me at the drip lab. We got sour, we got sweet. It's a Wednesday night. And you know I'm gonna be, I'm at the drip lab. Gotta step up in the mix. Everybody taking pictures cause they feeling all the drip. I'm at the drip lab. We got sour, we got sweet. It's a Wednesday night. And you know I'm gonna be, I'm at the drip lab. Gotta step up in the mix. If you feeling like I'm feeling, let me see you make it drip.
Wednesday night, that mean it's lady night. About to turn it into make a baby night. Hearing that, you must think I'm crazy, right? Nah, not really. I'm just doing what the lady like. Never been the beta type, alpha and omega type. Got my cards and played them right. Now she about to stay tonight. And take her to my palace, then I lay the pipe. Call me Kid Cudi, cause I hump it through the day and night. I be in her head like Cantu. The way she drippin', you would think it was a dance move. The way she drippin', you would think it was a candle. Hot girl shit, but ain't too hot for me to handle. Put in work, she like to grip up on my mantle. She throw it back and bust it open like it's canned food. Cast a spell on her, watch the way the hands move. When we in the lab, make it louder than the bands do.
Make it drip, let me see you It's a Wednesday night, and you know where I'm gonna be. I'm at the drip lab. Gotta step up in the mix. If you feeling like I'm feeling, let me see you make it drip. Make it drip, make it drip. Let me see you make it drip. Make it drip, make it drip. Let me see you make it drip. Make it drip, make it drip. Let me see you make it drip. Make it drip, make it drip. Let me see you make it drip. I had to get it out the mud, my nigga.
Heavy hitters from Black Beethoven.
I'm out the mud, I'm out the gutter, still a dirty motherfucker. Told my girlfriend that I love her, but I'm married to the money. Put that dick up in her tummy while she lick her lips yummy.
I might fool, I go dummy, don't you play about my money.
I'm out the mud, I'm out the gutter, still a dirty motherfucker. Told my girlfriend that I love her, but I'm married to the money. Put that dick up in her tummy while she lick her lips yummy. I'm a fool, I'm a dummy, but never play when it comes to money. I'm from the bottom out the mud, clean myself up, got a cut. Now I'm ready for the clubs, ready for the city's love, ready for this bad chick waiting for me in the tub.
Guarantee we make a mess when we done, she clean it up.
Love it when she feed me grub, love it when we on the rug, tearing it up, burning it up. She love it rough, feel for a tug, can't get enough. She my drug, and my tool is her syringe, taking it in, feeling the spin. Ain't no end, we do it again. After I catch my second wind, Usain Bolt, lightning quick, give it a stick. After she lit, and she lit like a rocket or an overloaded socket, throwing socks up out my pocket. I'm your girlfriend's favorite topic, and my side chick's favorite topping. Mama Mia serve me up like she cooking up Italian. Got them panties to the side like a shootout on a stallion. Ace bottles in the club to match our gold medallions. We rose up out the mud with our own talent. I'm out the mud, I'm out the gutter, still a dirty motherfucker. Told my girlfriend that I love her, but I'm married to the money. Put that dick up in her tummy while she lick her lips yummy.
I might fool, I go dummy, don't you play about my money.
I'm out the mud, I'm out the gutter, still a dirty motherfucker. Told my girlfriend that I love her, but I'm married to the money. Put that dick up in her tummy while she lick her lips yummy. I'm a fool, I'm a dummy, but never play.
We back. Let's get into it, man. Don't want to waste no more time. Appreciate y'all for sticking around. Those of y'all that did. We're gonna go ahead and hop into the next record. I think I got this thing downloaded, if I remember correctly. Let's see. No, it's not the song. Okay, give it a minute. Let me get this downloaded. Hold on. False alarm. I thought we was ready. We was about to come in hot. I thought we was about to just dive right into the song, but hold on. We gotta get this download situated. Give us a couple more moments. Just briefly. Matter of fact, I might not even have to download it. I might can just play it. Maybe I can just play it. Yes, okay, bet. All right. So this is Shamar Moses and Agent. And this song right here is called Staying Guilt, and this is a rough master. So, okay, I appreciate you putting that on the label. So now that's definitely going to change how I'm judging this, for sure. All right, for sure. Appreciate that. All right, Shamar Moses, Staying Guilt, featuring Agent. Let's get it.
You ever felt like the lies the enemy were telling you were true? Well, I'm here to tell you, don't believe the hype. Yeah. Shamar. Mic checker. Yeah, look. Mic checker. Sometimes I feel the guilt, sometimes I feel the shame. Got it some in my heart, though it's hard to make a change. Where they rebuke the bank speech, cause words are everything. I can do all things through Christ by any means. Can't trip off the time, can't take this inner peace. There's love all around, I even feel it in my spleen. It was hard for me to see till the day I finally peaked. He told me give it your all, you on my lost sheet. Gifts come without repentance, this style is so unique. You are my lost sheep. This sound is so unique. When the evil come around, turn around and make it flee. Mobbing with the ecclesia, trying to spread the word to Greece. Yeah, trying to spread the word to Greece. Mobbing with the ecclesia, trying to spread the word to Greece. Sometimes I feel the guilt, sometimes I feel the shame. Gotta submit my all, though it's hard to make a change. Though it's hard to make a change. Gotta submit my all. Sometimes I feel the guilt, sometimes I feel the shame. Gotta submit my all, though it's hard to make a change. Though it's hard to make a change. Wait, I rebuke the speech, cause words are everything. Say I gotta do better. It's about to be that hottest summer, like wearing Louis V leather in 100-degree weather. Follow the perfect really, yeah. He the true trendsetter. Get it off my chest, I can't carry vendetta. Number one, with this piece on my side, let it bang like Berettas. King under the king, you ain't talking Coretta. Talking about the one who died for weed and speaking red letters. Don't chase after things that carry no nutrition. Iceberg lettuce, coming close to the time when you don't bow to the system, man, ain't gon' be headers. Man, ain't gon' be headers. Don't chase after things that carry no nutrition. Iceberg lettuce, iceberg lettuce. Yeah, iceberg lettuce. Don't chase after things that carry no nutrition.
I like that.
Sometimes I feel the guilt, sometimes I feel the shame. Gotta submit my all, though it's hard to make a change. Wait, I rebuke the speech, cause the words are everything. Yeah, cause the words are everything. Sometimes I feel the guilt, sometimes I feel the shame. Gotta submit my all, though it's hard to make a change. Wait, I rebuke the speech, cause the words are everything. Yeah, cause the words are everything. You gotta change, baby. Teshuva needs to return. Repent from your sin. Return to the one who sent you. Yeah. I'm done. Letting guilt be my ease. Yeah. It's a new me. Shamar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah. I like that a whole lot. Let's talk about the sonic clarity in the mix. So this is a rough master. So I'm not gonna judge it as harshly as I would something that I know is supposed to be the final product. I'll say for what you got here thus far, it's almost there actually.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't need a whole lot more. I would say what you could focus on is bringing out the drums a bit more for sure, because that beat is smooth, but it could use a bit more kick in that low end just to keep the rhythm flowing a bit more and make it more engaging to the body. And then I think you got maybe just a little bit too much high pass filter on your voice. I think if you dial it back a little bit and let your low end of your voice shine through a little bit more cleaner, it would sound a little bit better for both you and your feature, for Agent as well. I'd say the same thing. I think that the high pass filter was just a little too much on both voices. Aside from those two things, honestly, it sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, sonically, it's a dope record. You know, you guys did a really great job of you could tell there was a concept, and you went in there with an idea, and you got your point across, you know, sonically, and then the mix was pretty good. I mean, obviously this is a rough mix, so like you said, still could be mixed down. We're gonna put the voices down a little bit, you know, so it doesn't overpower the actual track, but you know, for a rough mix, you're 90% there, 85, 90% there. Uh, we'll get into all the flows and things like that a little bit later, but it's a solid record. I like it a lot. I think you know, the next thing we talk about is the composition and arrangement. That's where I'm gonna get to, where we talk about he was talking about the drums. Um, I think that's a big deal. I think we need to go in the drum kit and find some new, you know, if we can get a really, not a muted kick, but a really strong thumpish kind of kick with a good hi hat, not a classic hi hat. We want something new, something out of Timberland's a kit where it's a little bit sharp. You get a nice classic hi hat with a little bit sharpness to it, kind of like what Timbo does. You're gonna have something. It would change the record. it would change the record a lot. I mean, change it for the best. Arrangement wise, it's dope. I think you guys hit it on the head in terms of where it's at and what you're trying to get across. You know, you were right where you need to be. So I'm gonna give that probably about an 8 or 9. You know, I think arrangement wise, I think you're good. Composition wise, when we're talking about production, I think it was a dope track. I think you can see a lot of different artists on it. I think we just, like you said, need to really the drums are what's missing with that track. Not that it's missing, but just you could really change how you sonically hear that track. If you had a really good hi hat on it with a good kick, you know, it doesn't have to be super loud and overpowering, but just something that would give a feel to that hi hat. Because right now it's kind of muted, and it just, yeah, I understand why they did it, but there's options out here. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I agree. I think the there's clearly a concept and a theme that you guys were running with, and even the way that you transitioned from your verse into his verse, I enjoyed that as well. It was very seamless. It felt smooth and felt intentional. It felt hip hop.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was very hip hop. And I think scale of 1 to 10, 8.5. Honestly, 8.5. I think the mix is detracting from the composition slightly, but once again, this is a rough mix, so I'm not going to take away, you know, a lot of points for that. But once again, those drums definitely are important, like, because right now the song sounds good, but the song could sound great.
Sound
And the
exceptional.
drums are literally what's separating this from being a good song into a great song. So I think go back into the lab, or have agent go back into the lab, find a better kick and a better hat, and I really want to listen to this. I want to listen to this again before we even go any further into the other categories. But yeah, have them find another kick. You need another hat because this one is a little shrill. So yeah, one that's gonna be a little bit more meshing well with the other frequencies that we're hearing, so that it's not as like blaring or like kind of like what's the word I'm looking for? Right now, it feels kind of like it's almost like it's attacking. You know what I'm saying? Where it should be more like a smooth, like rhythmic feel. You know what I'm saying? Well, let's listen to it again. Let's listen to it again because there's a lot of good stuff here.
The lies the enemy were telling you were true. Well, I'm here to tell you. Don't believe the hype. Yeah. Shamar. Mic checker. Yeah, look. Mic checker. Sometimes I feel the guilt, sometimes I feel the shame. Got it some in my heart, though it's hard to make a change. Where they rebuke the bank speech, cause words are everything. I can do all things through Christ by any means. Can't trip off your time, can't take this inner peace. Yes, love all around, I even feel it in my spleen. It was hard for me to see till the day I finally peaked. He told me give it your all, you are my lost sheep. Gifts come without repentance, this style is so unique. You are my lost sheep. This sound is so unique. When the evil come around, turn around and make it flee. Mobbing with the ecclesia, trying to spread the word to Greece. Yeah, trying to spread the word to Greece. Mobbing with the ecclesia, here trying to spread the word to peace. Sometimes I feel the guilt, sometimes I feel the shame. Gotta submit my all, though it's hard to make a change. Though it's hard to make a change, gotta submit my all. Sometimes I feel the guilt, sometimes I feel the shame. Gotta submit my all, though it's hard to make a change. Though it's hard to make a change, right? I rebuke the speech, cause words are everything. Say I gotta do better. It's about to be that hottest summer, like wearing Louis V leather in 100-degree weather. Follow the perfect wheeler, yeah. He the true trendsetter. Get it off my chest, I can't carry vendetta. Number one, with this piece on my side, let it bang like Berettas. King under the king, you ain't talking Coretta. Talking about the one who died for weed and speaking red letters. Don't chase after things that carry no nutrition. Iceberg lettuce, coming close to the time when we don't bow to the system, but they gon' be headers. Man, they gon' be headers. Don't chase after things that carry no nutrition. Iceberg lettuce, iceberg lettuce, yeah. Iceberg lettuce. Don't chase after things that carry no nutrition. Sometimes I feel the guilt, sometimes I feel the shame. Gotta submit my all, though it's hard to make a change. Wait, I rebuke the speech, cause the words are everything. Yeah, cause the words are everything. Sometimes I feel the guilt, sometimes I feel the shame. Gotta submit my all, though it's hard to make a change. Wait, I rebuke the speech, cause the words are everything. Yeah, cause the words are everything. You gotta change, man.
Almost an old school snare with a little reverb on.
Teshuva
Exactly.
needs to return. Repent from
It
your
doesn't
sin.
even have to happen
Return
on
to the
every
one.
downbeat, but it just when it does pop up, it needs to be
See here, that hat is
prominent.
I'm done.
And that hat,
Let
you hear that
guilt be my
snare needs to be like,
You should do me.
It needs to echo, yeah.
yeah.
Shamar.
They're almost there. They're almost there. You're almost there.
So what we were just talking about is that we also noticed that on those snare hits, there's not one on every downbeat, but when they're coming in, they're also like it's so muted. We need something with some with some pop and some reverb on there, man. Like it needs to make a statement every time that thing is coming in, because it's not especially because of the fact that it's not coming in on every downbeat. Like it's a very specific beat structure or a rhythm that you have set up with that snare. So when it's coming in and introducing itself, it needs to be making a statement every time. So I would say, yeah, have your boy agent go back to the lab. You need a new kick, a new snare, and we wouldn't die with a new hat either. But yeah, the beat is already good. It just needs new instruments. The instruments need to be replaced. It's not the beat, it's the instruments. You know what I'm saying? So replace those instruments with higher quality instruments, and then you're there. Like literally.
Yeah, I mean, you almost. This is where I would probably go in some of these drum kits, these drum sample kits that you guys have now, cheating, having all these great kicks and you know, like,
it's great.
You know what I mean? It's like
I have a drum kit for you guys, man. Like
here you go.
If you need that, I do have that for you.
For sale.
So
man.
this is my site, my website. If you want to have all of the best tools for your drums, this is the one that I would go with. It's only $15. This is my Soul Street Symphony Ultimate Drum Kit. It has 75 sounds. Okay. This includes
there you go.
Drums, sound effects, and everything in between. They're all one shots. So you can manipulate them as much as you want. They're high quality, good sounds, okay? And he's gonna be able to give you what you're looking for this record specifically. I literally have all of the sounds that you're gonna want for this record in this kit. Okay. So hit up your boy, tell him, send him the link. You can see the link is right up here. The Soul Street Symphony Ultimate. Okay. Yeah, man.
I mean, that's what it's about, man. And when you get a kit like that, like he said, take the sample, listen to it, manipulate it a little bit, play with the drums, man. Really work hard because that's where the sauce is. Anybody can get, an 808 and throw it on there, but it's when you get an 808, you're able to dial it down, bring it up, really play with it. You can get it to fit, man, and that's where the artistry and the magic comes in, where it doesn't sound like just another stock record. That's where the Timberlands and the Kanyes and the whoever, that's where they win, is because they take something that's so basic and turn it into something that's just eloquent, like illustrious. You know what I mean? Like you don't even know it's the same thing. So
And whenever y'all see me do Make Music Mondays, on Mondays when I come on here and make beats, y'all see me doing that every time. Anytime that I'm making beats, I'm always manipulating whatever sounds that I'm using to fit with the tone of the record that I'm trying to create. Because just because I'm using the same sound doesn't mean that it necessarily needs to sound the same.
exactly.
Like you can use the same instrument and make it sound a different tone than what the original is, or make it sound a different tone from what it was originally intended to sound, and still have it sound good.
This is where the artistry comes in. This is where the word artist really is. Like, you don't, I think in hip hop we've gotten lazy sometimes and we just take something to put in and we find a sound and we just stick it in and think that's that. That's why I say, like, go to an EDM concert or listen YouTube with and see like a hit record that I don't know, whoever, Avicii, anybody would have made. Then go look at, sometimes you'll have videos of them making that record, and you'll find out the sound that you hear is the sound of, I don't know, a cat meowing that they've reverbed and turned up and digitized in a way that comes out in a note that's why it sounds different. It's a note that nobody got because they're using something. Don't be lazy with your production and don't be scared to try stuff. That's where the magic happens. And that's where you find your sound. This record is a good record. It's a really good record. Um, just like you said, the instrumentation. I mean, I would even want to hear some old school, almost live drums, and then we bring them down, like an old school Motown snare here, turn down a little bit, man, would just make this thing would sound crazy. It would sound period piece. You know, I think a really good strong kick. I mean, I understand the idea of the kick that they were using and why they wanted to use that, but it sounded like they just found the kick and then they just stuck it in there because that's the one they found.
Without
You could have
any manipulation.
Yeah, you can. A lot of times, I'll tell you from personal experience. Like, let's say you get with a Scott Storch or something, you're in the studio with him. A lot of times, they'll have a kick and then they'll have a double kick on it, but you don't hear the second kick because it's merged in with the first in a way to give it a whole different sound and feel. There's just so much work and so many things you could play with it, and you have a record here that really could be really great. Or hip hop. It's real hip hop.
He said his man's is validated by Pete Rock.
Hey, there you go. So Pete understands. I mean, this sounds like something Pete would be nodding his head to in the lounge, the lyricist lounge. So
Yeah.
I could dig it. You know what I mean? Y'all got something here. Rhythmic pocket and flow, man. I like what y'all were doing.
It is stacking. But it's like the way that you do it is like he was saying, it's kind of like camouflaged, so that you're using two kicks, but it still sounds like it's only one.
Yeah.
So it's not quite stacking because, like, usually when you're doing a stacking technique, you're intentionally trying to make it sound like you're having two of the sound. But with this technique, it's a blend of sound.
You have to play with the tone of the actual kick itself. and that's where it comes out sounding totally different and sounds out, and not only just sounds different, but you know, the old school way we used to check stuff was we would just make the beat, do what we need to do, we take it down, play it in the car because it sounds different in a car loud than it does sound even in the studio. So, you know, we want to be able to feel it and hear it, and there's a tone to a kick. It's not just a kick. It's not just something to have. There's tones to that, and those tones, yeah, like syncing. Yeah, you're that we're trying to sync up the tones of that kick and maybe stretch it out a little bit, maybe shorten it a little bit, just to get. We're putting the seasoning on the record here. We're just trying to get you to transport you to that time and that feel of that beat, because that beat feels like it's somewhere. It don't feel like it's in a studio. It's dope. Yeah, the car test, that's what we do.
It's undefeated.
It's
man.
undefeated. It's
Yeah.
it's the studio. It's the studio. If it don't, it can sound, man, I'm telling you, I've heard so many records sound tremendous in the studio. But you put it in the car and it loses everything. It loses everything.
Yeah.
You put it in the club, it loses everything.
Mhm.
So you have to the car is usually the best one because the way the systems are put together, it's not the best and it's not the worst. It's not got everything. So if I can hear it in there, turned all the way up, if I can hear everything in there, I got a good chance at the club. You know, I got a good chance. But a lot of times you put it in the car and you see the stuff that you heard in the studio just disappears.
Yeah.
So
True that. Well,
fire.
what do we think about the? We kind of talked about the first two categories already.
Yeah,
How do we
the
feel
ID
about
and
the
presence of
pocket?
kick, right? Yeah, yes, the ID and the presence of the kick.
Yeah.
It's learning that a kick has a tone too, and understanding that it's not just a kick or a feel or hit you in the chest. A kick has a tone too. There's a great clip of Kanye. I can't remember what record it was, and he brought this record to Timberland. I'm gonna find the clip and I'll tell it to you in a second. He brought the record to Timberland, and it was a number one record. I can't remember what record it was. And he was like, "Yo, I just need you to change the kicks for me performing on tour." He says, "It just I'm losing something. I need the kicks. I need the drums. I need you whatever." And Timberland went through his whole drum kit. And he was like, "Oh," he was like, "This is how you cheat." And he said, "Yeah, these are my own drums because I've digitized them, turned them down, I've doubled them up. I've got the tones totally different."
Right.
And so that's I'm saying.
And that's
There's
how I was able to market mine because I manipulated in the same way. Like it might have started off as someone else's, but by the time I'm done with it, it's a completely different sound. So,
yeah. So it could be the same kick, but it's gonna sound totally different in somebody else's hand. So yeah, but pocket wise, flow wise, I mean, I like what y'all were doing, you know, and you know, iceberg lettuce, shit, we get it, we know where you're going with it, and
Yeah, man.
you know that was real hip hop. So I'm not mad at
Very
anything in
hip-hop.
that. I'm gonna give you a 9, almost a 10 with that.
Yeah,
You know?
I'll go 9.5 with it. I'll definitely go 9.5 for it. In terms of uniqueness, I would say there's not a lot of rappers that I hear rapping like this with this so blatant in your face hip hop style like this these days. Or at least it's not popular. So because of that, I'm willing to go 7.5 on the uniqueness. It is still once again it's something I've heard before, but it's not so it's not so popular. It's not so the it thing right now. So because of that, I'll give you some grace with that. And it's not the easiest thing to do, but it's not super hard, but it's not the easiest thing to do either.
I mean, you guys came with the hip hop here. I mean, that's real. I mean, it's not necessarily boom bap or nothing like that, but it's real. It's real hip hop. Like nobody's gonna say that y'all aren't lyricists and really put in time and effort into your lyrics. Just for that alone, I mean, it's sad to say, but that makes it kind of unique because today we don't have a lot of people
That's fair.
putting in work that to really, you know, do what you guys did on that record is pretty good. And by the way, the YouTube video I was talking about is if you go on YouTube and you look up Kanye West, Timberland in the studio working on Stronger, it was Stronger, and he brought the beat in. He was like, "Hey, it's missing something." And it's like it's a good record, but I want something for when I would take it on tour. The kicks and the things are bad because it won't sound good in the stadium. I need something that hits you. And it's a 6-minute video, 6-minute 56-second video of Kanye and Timberland working on the kicks and the snares and the drums. And Timbo just went in his bag and had all this. And Kanye was like, God. I mean, this is Kanye West telling him, like, yeah, like, where you get this from? He's like, no, I made that. What you talking about? Yeah. So, you know, that's how deep you can get into it. And I think if you had a deep dive and a study session on that and kind of just played around with some things, you'd be able to pull some real character out of this record. Because the flow is good, like we said. It's sort of unique because nobody's trying to do that today. But those kicks and the hi-hats and that snare, if you find a way to kind of put a little bit of juice on that, man, you got something pretty good.
Yeah.
How about market readiness? How do you feel?
I think for market readiness, I would say, because we know the mix clearly isn't done yet. I gotta be realistic with this portion of, or this category at least. I would say it's at a 5 right now. Obviously, you still need to clean up those things in the mix that we told you, especially about the drums. And then what else did we say?
I'm gonna say this about the market readiness. I think it's about a 5 or a 6, only because, like you said, the drums and stuff. And I'm gonna say something about the flow. You guys are lyricists, dope. One of the things we do a lot when you're dealing with a label, and they bring your song in there, and let's say you bring in a project and it's got, I don't know, usually guys, just for your knowledge, FYI, when they bring a project in, let's say it's got 15 songs, that artist usually brings in anywhere from 45 to 50 songs to get that 15. We choose from 45. It's never just, oh, we're just going to put out 15. There's a lot of songs that usually go in. We pick the ones that are going to go mesh together for the concept or whatever, and the ones that we feel like are 2 or 3 radio or playable sequels on XM radio, all that stuff. And then that's what we kind of go with the album, unless the artist is a monster artist and has some big concept that we allow them creative, rights to. But the thing I was going to say about this market readiness side that we didn't say earlier, I would say, like I said, when we bring them in on a label, we have all these records, but what we'll do is engineering is, yes, we'll fix the beat, yes, we'll tweak this and punch in that and that. But one thing we also will do with the lyrics, especially when you have a lyricist, like you guys that are actually saying something, we would go back over the record. We want you to enunciate everything clearly. So sometimes that means you're going to have to say an S more than you would pronounce it normally. I get it. You're being hip hop, but I'm telling you, there's another video out there. I'm old. I've been around a long time. I've seen it all. And I was actually around at this meeting. This was Leor Cohen yelling at Young Thug. And he went crazy on him because he said, I can't understand a damn thing you're saying. Now, I know we can say what we want about Leor, but Leor knows a hit and he knows how to make a hit. And what happened after that? Young Thug started making records where you could understand them a little bit more, and he took the fuck off. Yeah. Future did the same thing. When he first came out, he was slurring at me, and he was doing it on purpose because he wanted to seem like he was high on perks. But I don't know if you ever met Future, but Future is serious motherfucker. Like, he be really about his work. He ain't playing no games. He going in there to work, and everything he does is very calculated. And once he started enunciating, that's when he started being able to get on records with Drake and all that stuff, and it seemed seamless. So for you guys that really have this lyricist, since you're just a rough mix, I might go back over the lyrics and make sure that we enunciate everything, because there's a couple, if we play it again, there's a couple of words in there, there's a couple of phrases that were a little we couldn't understand, when we want to understand everything you say, because you guys said some important stuff in here. Yeah. It's dope.
Definitely some great subject content.
So if you listen to it again here, listen to your enunciation here.
Mic check
Oh, it's the list. I understand. But we can have that and still, we can still enunciate it though, even with a list. That list will make you money because that's what makes you unique. I actually love it.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about that part. Just even when you're,
Yeah, because you listen to some of the well-known rappers today. Corday got a list. Chance the Rapper got a speech impediment. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of dudes at the forefront that got something that may be irregular with their speech, but they turn it into their superpower.
and they work hard. I mean, we actually have artists work on enunciating their words so that you can get your point across. You know, it doesn't. The lisp is dope, but still, and how you enunciate it with that lisp is going to get you more viewers or more listeners. You know, more everything, more shows. You know, because that's what it's about, right? We're trying to make money in the end. Yeah, we're making art, but if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. So
That makes sense.
but you know, y'all got something. Both of y'all is fire right here. See, even right there, that part where they go, my sister, you got to separate the words in a way. We're talking half a second, but there's a way to separate it, and that's what gets people to see. Because when what happens is you dope. Yeah, you need to hear every word because what happens is if they start to run together, even if you're saying something dope, it's hard for your brain to memorize that. Brain remembers cadences. I've seen articles where Common has put out, Eminem has talked about it. They do a whole thing where they break down their cadence and understand where the words go and how the syllables work.
Yeah.
And if they start to run together, it's dope. But the syllables run together, and we can't remember what you're saying.
And it makes it harder for you too,
Yeah.
as
an
the artist, to remember your lyrics because they're not syncopating or lining up with the rhythm structure
And performing. You want to sound just like the record when you're performing. You don't want to have to perform over it. Listen, performing. We did this one time. I'm not even gonna say the artist's name, but the performing over a track will lose you 15 grand right off the bat, maybe 20. Once we taught this artist how to perform over just the beat and not have the track playing behind him where his words, whatever, it jumped him up 20,000-25,000 a show because people were like, man, he gave a great performance. He's actually performing. He's a performer, you know? And that's what we're talking about here, man. You know,
it's good T Money.
Just tweaking stuff and really, really honing in on the professionalism of being an artist. Because you got something there.
Can one of y'all put my email address in the chat so T Money can submit his music as well? I'm getting tired of typing it, so I know y'all got it, so I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, man. But it's all about being professional, and this is what it's about. We're not trying to tear nobody down. We're just trying to give you professional insight of what a real producer, super performer. I mean, we personally right now we're live from Thailand. We live in Thailand, so this man's global in what he does. I've been global in what I do in terms of music and artists and artist development, and I could tell you these are just the little things that we look at that actually make a difference. Whether you make money or you working at Walmart, it's up to you.
Yeah, for sure.
There it is.
Thank you, Shamar. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, that thing especially is it's really important. That thing about being able to perform over your track with no backing track. It's okay to have your hook, to have your vocals and your hook,
And sometimes your
performing.
ad libs too.
And
That's
yeah,
cool.
for sure. Yeah, I
That's
keep my
cool.
ad libs in there too. But in terms of, especially if you're a rapper, you should not be having your vocals playing during your verses unless it's ad libs. Ad libs are okay. Or even if you have like harmonies, if you're doing melodic rap, that's okay as well. But when people come to see you perform at a show, it is so much more effective and so much, it displays so much more candor and professionalism and respect for your craft if you can perform your song without the backing vocals in your verses.
And booking agents look at that. I mean, guys, this is where you're at. You know, you let's say I don't know how much success you guys have had in this room, but generally what happens is you have a great record. Maybe you have a manager. Maybe you just have a family member managing you or whatever. But they're going to get you booked by taking your portfolio work, maybe 3 or 4 tracks. If nobody's heard of you, they're going to pitch you out to a booking agent. A booking agent is going to set a rate for you and start showing on the rate sheet, which goes out to all the promoters that they know. This is what I'm paying Beethoven 25 grand. That's his rate. Plus he has a rider and all these things that he needs to get booked. All right. So you wouldn't think it's that big of a deal, but somebody like Beethoven, I promise you, well, not right now because of what's going on in the Middle East, but I'm pretty sure we could get him a gig right now for 25 grand in Dubai. I mean, there's a lot going on right now. We're not going there right now. But I'm saying, you know, with a proper booking agent, we can get him a gig for 25 grand and things like that. And this is what I'm saying, there's hidden money and that you don't have to be the biggest known artist to go out and hit the road and make a crap. I mean, you can make millions without anybody here in the U.S. knowing their name. I mean,
just off your ability to be able to perform.
And put on a show, and you'd be surprised how many people would read. That's how you build your following. That's how it happens. Lady Gaga's perfect example. When I had never even heard of her, but we were doing the Backstreet Boys concert at Staples Center. And she came on stage. She was #1 everywhere in the world. Nobody in the United States heard of her. She did Poker Face, did all her songs. 3 months later, she was #1 in the United States. But she had built this cult-like following overseas. So she had, you know, nobody knew who she was there, but she was making millions overseas. And as a hip-hop artist, it's possible to make a few $100,000, even $1 million if you get this cult following overseas. But you have to be professional with your work. You have to be able to have the track and the syncopation, and all these things we talk about, the professionalism of having that done. And then once you do that, you give it to a booking agent. Booking agent starts booking you in crazy places you didn't think listen to hip hop. Like you'll be in Moldova somewhere, you'll be in Romania somewhere. But they're paying you $20,000, $30,000 to show up. I don't know many of y'all that make $20,000, $30,000 a year right now. So you could possibly do that if you do all these professional things that we're talking about, like we were talking about with the kicks and the hi-hats in the last song and in this song, and you know, making sure that people can hear every word that you're saying, especially if you're a lyricist. You want to make lyricist, you want to make sure that you understand what I'm saying, you know? Then you can get in the verses with this guy and see what you got. See what you got, you know, man? See, we're going to step in the ring against the big boys.
This is definitely a dope track. Overall, I definitely enjoyed it a lot. I'm glad that you guys submitted it because it's on the way to being a banger for sure. Like it's 85% of the way there. Like you said, it's just these little things you got to tweak and fix, man.
You fix that kick. You fix that kick and that snare. You can get this place. You get this place on Apple Music. You know, hip hop list quick.
Yeah.
Quick. You know, you can get some shows with this. You know, but again, you have to be ready. Have some, you know, have at least 5 or 6 records ready to go to perform too. Dope. I'm gonna say it's an 8.5 in terms of being market ready. fire, bro.
Yeah.
Shamar Moses, I like that name too.
I say market readiness, yeah, 8. I give it an 8.
Dope, man. Hey,
So,
keep grinding on
appreciate you for the submission.
that. Do your homework. Can you imagine Kanye getting a hold of that track right there? He turned that. I mean, you see how much bigger a record could be. That's dope.
Sometimes I feel the guilt, sometimes I feel the shame. Gotta submit my art, though it's hard to make a change. Wait, I rebuke the speech, cause the words are everything. Yeah, cause the words are everything. Sometimes I feel the guilt, sometimes I feel the shame. Gotta submit my art, though it's hard to make a change. Wait, I rebuke the speech, cause the words are everything. Yeah, cause the words are everything.
Yeah,
good snare.
It's gonna make a huge difference for sure. Make a huge difference for sure. Yeah. That's definitely a W though, for sure.
Put W's in the chat.
Yeah. Definitely a W. Alright, so up next we got T Money. Just sent this one in. His artist name is Trebo, and this one is called Laundromat Series Performance Part 2, Permanent Press. Okay, for sure. Let's get into it.
Okay, teach me how to do it. I ain't never did a crash course. 2 months special, I can leave the states without a passport. How the fuck can I acquire shit I never asked for? Never put me on, I think they really need to pass more. It might do you good to tuck your cars and try to act slow. Camp out with an extra chocolate hoe, I feel like Laszlo. Ain't no way to get inside my heart, I lost the passcode. Won't ask for forgiveness when I slip and act the asshole. Guided by the scriptures, I be reading till like Lampo. He don't know too much about switching, he just cocked it for the trend. Ghetto vision, but my bitch go Warwick Parker for the lens. What's the use of reminiscing on some papers gone and spent? I don't play for trophy clicks, show stop like Michael Vick. Murder flooded in my city, you gon' find a couple gems. Water just like David Hasselhoff. Find you how you will, go home and take them lashes off. I took a open 3, I seen these niggas sagging off. I'm on these niggas' neck, not tryna hear they had enough. Had to cop a duffel, bitch was bad as fuck. I know she coming with some super trouble. Losing too much time without this talking in the damn huddle. Wasting time to bang if they struggled in that damn boat. Put up 20, too efficient, I go Russell. How can I address you and not make it personal? Bago, pack your bags, just meet me at the terminal. I'm trying to do my best, but give me grace, I'm learning too. Your sister got her nose stuck in some shit concerning you. Can't trip about what I spent, cause that little paper ain't gone in blue. This shit I'm saying true, can't blame it all on you. The money and motion gon' come with demands, my nigga, I'm hoping you ready for that. My brother just spent a little 50 on one of them Hemis, but he making 70 back. Humble yourself for a second and take you a breath, cause you ain't a celebrity, Jack. I seen all the bags you was posting, but still having questions about where's the revenue at.
I like that. Switch the flow like that. Yeah. I say I would have done it a little bit earlier, but still, it was good. It was good. Let's listen to that again. Hold up. No good button. Not right now. Hold on. Let's get back to that. Yeah. All right. So once again, this is Trebo, Laundromat Series Performance Part 2, Permanent Press. Get back into it.
Okay, teach me how to do it. I ain't never did a crash course. Too blunt special, I can leave the states without a passport. How the fuck can I acquire shit I never asked for? Never put me on, I think they really need to pass more. It might do you good to tuck your cards and try to act slow. Camp out with an extra chocolate hoe, I feel like Laszlo. Ain't no way to get inside my heart, I lost the passcode. Won't ask for forgiveness when I slip and act the asshole. Guided by the scriptures, I be reading just like Lambo. He don't know too much about switching, he just caught it for the trend. Ghetto vision, but my bitch go Warwick Parker for the lens. What's the use of reminiscing on some papers gone and spent? I don't play for trophy clicks, show stop like Michael Vick. Murder flooded in my city, you gon' find a couple gems. Water just like David Hasselhoff. Find you how you will, go home and take them lashes off. I took an open 3, I seen these niggas sagging off. I'm on these niggas neck, not tryna hear they had enough. Had to cop a duffel, bitch was bad as fuck. I know she coming with some super trouble. Losing too much time without this talking in the damn huddle. Wasting time to bang if they struggled in that damn boat. Put up 20, efficient, I go Russell. How can I address you and not make it personal? Bago, pack your bags, just meet me at the terminal. I'm trying to do my best, but give me grace, I'm learning too. Your sister got her nose stuck in some shit concerning you. Can't trip about what I spent, cause that little paper ain't gone in blue. This shit I'm saying true, can't blame it all on you. The money and motion gon' come with demands, my nigga, I'm hoping you ready for that. My brother just spent a little 50 on one of them Hemis, but he making 70 back. Humble yourself for a second and take you a breath, cause you ain't a celebrity, Jack. I seen all the bags you was posting, but still having questions about where's the revenue at.
Okay.
Yeah. I like that, man. I definitely like it. Let's get into the first 2 categories. So the sonic clarity in the mix. So the clarity is very clear. You know what I'm saying? Vocals are crisp. You know what I'm saying? It's very clean. My problem is we were just talking about that don't need a kick, bro.
Yeah.
Like, the mix need a kick.
Yeah.
Like that's literally the only thing missing.
Yep.
Between making this and granted, I didn't hear a hook, but it doesn't even matter.
No.
For this is like, because the song is long enough, it's gonna keep people engaged if it has that kick. I think that's what separates this from being what it is right now to that shit going out of here and having way higher numbers.
Hey, Treybo, if you in the
How long
chat,
ago did you post this? 5 months ago? It's got 2.6K. Okay. So it's already got some decent motion to it. Yeah.
Where are you from, Treybo? You in the chat, man. I'm just curious. I just want to know where you from, man. If you in here, you know, tell us where you at in the chat. Where are you from? I'm just curious. Because it sound like you from the South somewhere a little bit. Atlanta. There you go. Okay. All right. So yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? Like if I'm riding down, you know, Peachtree, I'm riding through Bankhead, you know what I'm saying? I'm riding through, you know, Buckhead, going to the club, man. I wanna be in the car and I want that bad boy to kick. I wanna be able to go seamlessly from this record into, you know, a T.I., a Young Dro record. Mm-hmm. I want that kick to be able to be mixed in. You know, this is a big deal right now with this production, guys. And I'm gonna explain to you why. Because what you're seeing, I don't know if you guys are listening to Apple Music lately or Spotify. What you're seeing is, especially in the hip hop genres or the dance genres, they have AI DJs basically. So the record is playing, and they'll actually slow down the record, speed up the record to try and match it up and run it into another record so it's seamless, right? But if the kick is bad, it's gonna sound terrible that your record going into the net. You want it to be able to be felt. And you want a guy like Beethoven that's a top DJ here in Thailand, China, and everywhere else You want them to be able to play something that's gonna be, thumping that the crowd's gonna feel because your flow, when we'll get into all that, is immaculate. I think you got something there. I think you you fit in like that. That's something I could be like, all right. If I saw he had the it factor and the work ethic, this is right where we need to be. But sonically, that's what we're talking about. That kick is really missing. You need that to be. I need. It was in a box of bubble, man. I need to be in one of them joints. I need to be able to be in the old school and feel that.
Yeah.
I think
Should be
you
able
got
to feel
some.
that from down the street.
Yeah, man. I want to be able to feel that in College
That-
Park somewhere.
That's,
You
that's,
dig?
that's one of them rim rattlers.
Yeah,
man.
man.
Just to make the fender or your bumper rattle. You know what
Oh,
I'm saying? Like,
Oldsmobile rattle. I
Yeah.
want to feel that. So that's that. But the mix itself is pretty good, man. Just that's the issue. Composition and arrangement. Hey, I felt like it was done well. I think it's quality. I don't think it's super over the top, but I think it's perfect for what it is. I think he kept
Yeah.
it simple, and I think the flow and the actual. I mean, we have visuals, so that's kind of cheat coding it, but
exactly.
but I think the flow matched right where the record was, and that simplicity of the record, a still with a kick better was good, and I think it was arranged well. Um, we'll get into another part of it in the next segment, but with the flow, we just thought one little thing, but yo, you right where you need to be. You know, that's dope. I'd give it an 8, 9. I mean 8, 9 in terms of arrangement.
So I want to actually touch on with the part that
Yeah,
we're talking about the end there. I'll just bring it up now because it is part of the composition. It's part of the arrangement as well. It's just I would have switched flows a little bit earlier. I think that's the one thing that's holding back the composition and arrangement from being a 10, basically. Because even though there's no hook, this doesn't need it. It serves the purpose for what it serves, but it will be stronger, one, with the kick, and then two, I think it will be stronger if you bring in that flow switch that you did at the end, where you only brought it in for like 4 bars. Like we needed more of that sooner. You know what I'm saying? And that would help to keep your audience engaged as well if you switch it sooner. Because especially it's such a short piece of work, it'll just make more sense and it'll make the flow and the overall just the way that the song goes from one piece to another is going to keep everything more engaged.
yeah. The cadence, and how it's more than just being sonically or being lyrically. You have to be interesting. Interesting is difficult. You know what I'm saying? Interesting is difficult. So you have here a very simple beat. Now, obviously, we talked about the kick, but the beat is good. It's simple. So the lyrics have to be. When you have a simple beat, you have to have lyrics that say something. They have to be the exciting part. Now, if I have a super exciting, I'm turning up beat, then I don't have to really say much. I could sneeze on the record. It's gonna go whatever. But here you got a record that's got a good beat. If you put a good kick with it, it'll be thumping. But now it's a simple enough beat where it's leaving room for the artist, you, to say something. And you are saying something, you flowing. But then there gets to a point where, okay, I don't have a hook. So like he said, I need to switch up that flow a little bit earlier. I need to switch up the scheme a little bit earlier to keep the people interested. Remember, you're always trying to say something memorable. You want somebody to be able to thump it and hear just one line, and that's the line they think of. That's the identifier. It don't have to be a whole song full of the greatest, but you got great flow and you saying something. I'm not saying you're not saying something.
Like,
you got punchlines.
You definitely do have some there, but I think they would be accentuated. One, if there's the kick in there, and then two, you need some break beats. There needs to be some sections of the song where you cut the beat out completely and just let your vocal shine through, and let those punchlines shine through specifically.
Or that one punchline you got, that one haymaker you got, that's gonna bring it all home for me. You know what I'm saying? And that should be. I mean, I wasn't counting bars because there's no hook here, but you know, you got a good 16. Then I heard another 16. Then I heard kind of an 8 or something, and then we went into the switch of the flow. It's like if you can come in 3/4 of the record and maybe halfway through the record, switching the flow, and then being able to back out of it with another scheme that's back maybe on the same cadence and timing as the first scheme, just a little bit different flow. That's what makes it interesting. You know, that's a difference. That's interesting to the ear, and people will remember it. You know, people will remember what you're saying better.
It gives them a reason to remember it because it gives identifiable parts of the song to where whenever people are trying to learn songs, they usually break it down by sections, right? So they might say, okay, I want to learn the verse first, and then I want to learn the hook, and then I want to learn the bridge, and then I'll put it all together, and now I know the song. But if you don't have any distinctive changes like that throughout the song, then it makes it a lot harder for people to latch on to and be able to sing along or rap along with you or be able to give you that engagement, especially once again, when you're performing at a show, you want people to be able to give you the energy back, you know, because that's going to make your performance better overall too. It's going to bring out your confidence while you're performing and also just create a better overall show experience for everyone, for yourself and for the crowd. So having that identifiable switch in an earlier spot will give people that motivation to be more engaged with the song, which will then make it easier for them to learn it, and then you got a better show result.
Yeah, you got something here, man. It's just again, it just needs a little bit of hard work. You know what I mean? A little bit behind the scenes, a little bit of engineering. We want to, you know, the big thing is, I mean, I think even with, before we even get to the lyrics, that kick, you gotta have something that slaps. You know, I gotta be able to have 2 10s in the back rattling my window with this one right here. You know what I'm saying? It feels like Atlanta to me. That's why I asked you where you're from. It feels like down south. It feels, and if you know it, you know, you're from there. You know what I'm saying? And you ain't riding through no College Park, you know, listening to something that's not gonna have that foot in it. You know what I mean? And if you find a way to, again, Beethoven has a drum kit, $15, man. Go through that kit. He's digitized them on, show him, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, go through the Symphony Soul kit. You know, find you a different kick and maybe a little bit of a, I would love to hear a hi-hat, you know, that classic down south, you know, sound. I think you got something here, man. I think you got, you know, something that could be really, really nice, because it sounds like something that should be played on an Apple playlist for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Let's listen to it one more time.
Okay, teach me how to do it. I ain't never did a crash course. 2 months special, I can leave the states without a passport. How the fuck can I acquire shit I never asked for? Never put me on, I think they really need to pass more. It might do you good to tuck your cars and try to act slow. Camp out with an extra chocolate hoe, I feel like Laszlo. Ain't no way to get inside my heart, I lost the passcode. Won't ask for forgiveness when I slip and act the asshole. Got it by the scriptures, I be reading just like Lambo. He don't know too much about switching, he just caught it for the trend. Ghetto vision, but my bitch go Warwick Parker for the lens. What's the use of reminiscing on some papers gone and spent? I don't play for trophy clicks. Show stop like Michael Vick. Murder flooded in my city. You gon' find a couple gems.
You had a break beat right there. You had one break beat right there, but that was the first one I heard, and we already halfway into the song. You could have had some more break beats earlier in the song on some of those other punchlines, because some of them Jones would have hit a lot harder with that breaking the beat, letting that joint breathe and just letting your vocals breathe through, getting that clarity. That's the difference between whether or not somebody's actually going to remember what you said, because you got to give the attention to your vocals. You know what I'm saying? You got all these hard ass punchlines at the beginning of the jump, but they not really shining through. Right there, I would have broke the beat right there. How can I acquire shit I never asked for? That's a bar. Why you ain't let that shine through? I definitely would have cut the beat right there. Would have cut the beat right there.
And that's the importance of that kick too. That helps you bring it in and out, drop it in and out.
On that's for forgiveness when I slip and add the asshole. Guided by the scriptures, I be reading till I lampo. He don't know
even that those hi-hats, we need a different one to make it, to give it a little bit of flavor. I love the cadence of them, but we just need a different one. It just sounds too flimsy on this record. It's fire though. I like what you're doing.
I'm on these niggas neck, not trying to hear they had enough. Had to cop a duffel, bitch was bad as fuck. I know she coming with some super trouble. Losing too much time without this talking in the down huddle. Wasting time to bang if they struggled in that damn boat. Put up 20, efficient. I go Russell. How can I address you and not make it personal? Bago, pack your bags, just meet me at the terminal. I'm trying to do my best, but give me grace, I'm learning too. Your sister got her nose stuck in some shit concerning you. Can't trip about what I spent, cause that little paper ain't gone and blue. This shit I'm saying true. Can't blame it all on you. The money and motion will come with demands, my nigga.
Yeah, you should have came with this. Man, you should have came with this back here. Back here in 1 minute. Like,
I seen all the bags you was posting, but still having questions about where's the revenue at.
And then you could have switched back to the flow that you was using in the beginning at like 1:30.
And outroed it.
And then, yeah. But yeah, what you got here so far, bro, is good. Like, it's really solid. Your flow is good, bro. It's just you need to switch it up sooner. But the flow itself, like the two flows that you use, really kind of 2.5. You kind of had a somewhat different one at the end of the first one before you switched it up completely. So it's like 2.5 flows that you got there. They're solid. I give it a 9.
Yeah.
For the rhythmic pocket and flow.
Yeah. And that goes back to the arrangement, though. You know, just understanding where you need to put stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So, uniqueness. I don't know if it's seriously unique. Again, that's not a bad thing. I think it's right where stuff is today. Yeah. And I mean, that makes it somewhat marketable going into the market readiness. But I don't think it's necessarily seriously unique. Now, I think if you heed the advice that we're talking about, you can make it more unique, right? The kicks, obviously, the hi-hats and the snare. I think, you know, you just need to work on the drums, right? We work on the drums, that will take this record up a whole bunch of notches, right? Then just arranging the flow, arranging the structure of what you're saying and where you're saying it, and understanding sonically. I need to keep it interesting to the ear, because you're saying cool stuff and the way you flowing is dope. I think you just need to understand that if I have a beat that's sort of mellow like that and doesn't have a lot of drama going on, then I'm in charge of being the drama. And that's just not in how I'm saying it or what I'm saying. That's where I'm saying it in the record. Because, you know, you went the first minute, and you said a lot of stuff, but it was kind of monotone and kind of kept it there. Nothing wrong with that, right? We're setting it up at the beginning. From there, at some point, we did need to switch up the flow. Whether you went to the double time, the fast flow, or whatever, that would be our suggestion to go to it a little bit earlier, so you can back out of it and do something different at the end, and then bring it to the end. I think that sort of, it doesn't have to be exact middle, but towards the middle, later part of it, being able to bring that flow in would keep it more interesting.
Yeah. Once again, purpose of a song is to keep the listener engaged for the entire song. And the way that you do that is by creating movement, creating differences in volume, differences in rhythms or cadences, or differences in tone, or differences in I mean, you can change the syllable content, but for the purpose of a song that's cohesive to a certain theme or motif, you know, we want to keep it as singular as possible most of the time. But yeah, there should be something that changes, or multiple things really that change throughout the course of a song that create a dynamic sound for it, so that the audience is always going to continue paying attention.
Yeah, but you got something. I mean, this is not much. I mean, these are things that are. We're talking about the professionalism of the record. We're talking about concepts here, music concepts. Like if you were taking a class in college in music and music concepts, these are the things you'd be talking about. Mm-hmm. So we're actually giving you guys an advanced education and crash course in something that, you know, people pay thousands of dollars for. That's real. But the actual contents of what you have are great, man. You got it's like Uno. You got all the cards, you got draw fours and everything, but you got your reds mixed with your yellows and your blues. You gotta, you know, just straighten them up a little bit and organize them, and you could play a hell of a hand. That's what I'm gonna say with that. Yeah. Market readiness. I mean, I'm gonna give it a 7 because you definitely need to change the kicks, the drums. Just we're gonna say the drums all together. Yeah. You gotta, I mean, first start out with changing the kick in that, and then you'll see by changing the kick in that, giving it a little bit of thump. It doesn't have to be something crazy, but it has to. I want to be able to feel this in my chest when that kick hits. Like, boom, 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 boom. It don't have to be one of them long boom thrown out. I want to hear that a real snipe,
staccato.
Yeah, a punch.
Kick. Yeah,
you gotta have some punch to that joint. It's gotta be strong. If you got that, that's automatically gonna make you say, "Oh yeah, we gotta change the snare in here, and we gotta change the highs." You know, we can really, you know, you can have some old school, you know, Pastor Troy type highs in this bitch, and it would really work for this. It would work for you. Maybe just turn them down on volume a little bit, but you know, you got those old highs that were, you know, they come in loud, so you'd have to turn them down just a hair, and that would change. You know, I think that would change your record, but that, and like we said, keeping the flow interesting, you got something.
Yeah, for sure. So I think, yeah, I would say for market readiness, I give it a 6.5. I think those drums, those missing kicks are really kind of taking away the most credibility for the song being market ready. But in terms of everything else, man, it's solid. It's super solid. It just needs to be polished.
Mm-hmm.
It just needs polishing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd say it's like it's 90% of the way done.
Yeah,
for sure. But yeah, you just gotta make a few little tweaks, and the value of this as a song and as a digital asset for you will go from here where it's at right now to up there for real.
And you know, I mean, you change those kicks. This is a record that could get you some shows. It could get you on the road, and that's all you need is one, maybe two records. You know, just need one known record and 2 or 3 fillers, and all of a sudden you open it for people like Lil Boozy and stuff. You know what I mean? It just happens like that.
Yeah.
So, but make those alterations, and when you're making the alterations to the actual beat, like the kicks and the drums, think of it as if I'm performing this, I want to be able to feel it.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm on stage, how would these sound?
Yeah.
Boozy get you paid, man. He open you up. That's an automatic 35 every night.
Yeah.
Automatic. So, I'm just saying, when you down south, those are the type of guys you want to attach to, because they don't sound like your audience, but you'd be surprised, and they the ones that get you paid in the end. 35 a night times 10. What we talking about? That's a whole year. So we want to make art, but we also want to be more of an accountant than artists. You know what I'm saying? We want to get paid so that once you get to that point where you got money, then you can make the serious art that nobody, would understand, or whatever you want to do. Have creative control. But first things first, take care of your family. It's always first.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, man.
Dope stuff.
Let's go ahead and play that thing back one more time. I did enjoy this for sure. And I'm going to go ahead and load up the next track as well. Once again, this is the Laundromat Series performance by Tremo.
Okay, teach me how to do it. I ain't never did a crash course. 2 blunt special, I can leave the states without a passport. How the fuck can I acquire shit I never asked for? Never put me on, I think they really need to pass more. It might do you good to take your cars and try to act slow. Camp out with an extra chocolate hoe, I feel like Laszlo. Ain't no way to get inside my heart, I lost the passcode. Won't ask for forgiveness when I slip and act the asshole. Guided by the scriptures, I be reading just like Lambo. He don't know too much about switching, he just copped it for the trend. Ghetto vision, but my bitch go Warwick Parker for the lens. What's the use of reminiscing on some papers gone and spent? I don't play for trophy clicks, show stop like Michael Vick. Murder flooded in my city, you gon' find a couple gems. Water just like David Hasselhoff. Find you how you will, go home and take them lashes off. I took a open 3, I seen these niggas sagging off. I'm on these niggas' neck, not tryna hear they had enough. Had to cop a duffel, bitch was bad as fuck. I know she coming with some super trouble. Losing too much time without this talking in the damn huddle. Wasting time to bang if they struggled in that damn boat. Put up 20, too efficient, I go Russell. How can I address you and not make it personal? Bago, pack your bags, just meet me at the terminal. I'm trying to do my best, but give me grace, I'm learning too. Your sister got her nose stuck in some shit concerning you. Can't trip about what I spent, cause that little paper ain't gone in blue. This shit I'm saying true, can't blame it all on you. The money and motion gon' come with demands, my nigga, I'm hoping you ready for that. My brother just spent a little 50 on one of them Hemis, but he making 70 back. Humble yourself for a second and take you a breath, cause you ain't a celebrity, Jack. I seen all the bags you was posting, but still having questions about where's the revenue at.
Hey guys, one more thing I'm gonna say, before we move on to the next record. With this, I mentioned Boozy earlier. Somebody was like, Boozy? Like, why Boozy, basically? But understand, again, this is where we're trying to help you guys, understand the business of it, right? Because if I have somebody, let's say I'm a booking agent, or I'm Boozy myself, and I'm gonna turn up, his crowd gonna turn up. It's gonna go crazy. You know what I'm saying? So what I want to do is kind of like a DJ. If I bring somebody on the road to open for me, I don't want them to be super turned up. I want them to be smooth, but got a good flow, got a rhythm, that's up and coming artist. Somebody that maybe not has the crowd going crazy, but the crowd's like, all right, that's talent. I want to feel it. Yeah. So that when I as the or the lead or the big artist comes in, they want the crowd to be feeling good, but just ready to take the energy up. For instance, all of you guys have heard the Jay-Z interview where he talks about how he used to perform on the road with DMX, and Jay-Z was the marquee name when DMX was first coming out. Yeah. And he put DMX on tour, and DMX would open for him, and it went crazy. Like, he couldn't perform after DMX. It was hard because even though Jay was #1 in the world, DMX show was so powerful and so turned up and so crazy. And that first record was so crazy. It made it hard for the crowd to even have any energy for the guy after that. So a guy like this who has a really good flow, who's got a couple of good records that, can get the crowd going and feeling good and kind of has a little bit of stage presence. I'm gonna put that guy on tour with me, especially if I'm a turn up artist, you know what I'm saying? Because I want you to be the opener and I want you to get the crowd feeling good. But I also want the talent to feel good. I want to build your name up, but I want them to just have enough energy, just get a little tipsy off of it. Because when I hit that stage, I want them to be like, ah. So that's why I said an artist like Boozy, because if you go see their shows, the opener is never the same as they are.
Okay. He said the song is going to be loud. All right, so we got Desert Eagle up next. This is On the Ride with his single, Desert Eagle. Go ahead, play that. And get into it. Beat flip. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hold it, feeling free to go. Bitch, call me Kobe. I beat on my cover, bitch, don't act like you know me. You wasn't here when this shit was moving slowly. Bitch, I'm going big like I'm DBZ Broly. Yeah, just like water, yeah, bitch, I'm flowing. Yeah, the eagle make all your head stop blowing. Call me curse, cause I'm in a creep out the cut. Finna make the whole crowd scream, what the fuck? On the ride with the dick, on the ride with the dick. Finna make it sing, yeah, what the fuck? On the ride with the dick, on the ride with the dick. Finna make it sing, yeah, what the fuck? On the ride with the dick, on the ride with the dick. Finna make it sing, yeah, what the fuck? On the ride with the dick, on the ride with the dick. Finna make it sing, yeah,
Hey, what was real quick on the ride? Hanging with me real quick. What was the dude's name that was just before this one? Was it Trebo?
Trebo, yeah.
All right, Trebo. That's a motherfucking kick.
Yeah.
You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, we
second half.
Yeah, that kick that she had, or they had right there. That we don't need to be that clean, but we just need something that hits you like that. If you get a clean kick that hits you like that, man, a little lower tone, obviously, that will change your life right there. That's a good record. Anyway,
good.
Yeah, so
that was a really good transition.
Ooh, okay. All right, woke me up there. I'm feeling good now.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. I see you. I see you.
I was gonna say that was gonna be the last song, but I don't know.
Hey,
this
is On the Ride.
This is gonna be a good way to end the note.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was good. All right, let's run through the first two categories.
Yeah.
So the sound of clarity in the mix. So the first half I didn't love the clarity. I think it's a good starting point. However, I need for the first half to sound a bit more like the second half in terms of clarity. Not in terms of, it doesn't have to be as loud and as in your face, but in terms of clarity, I need it to be a little bit cleaner. It's very difficult for me to understand what you're saying.
Too much distortion.
It's very distorted. It's really distorted. I can't really make out many of your words, to be honest.
I know that the distortion's on purpose, but we gotta make sure that we get the message across.
I can make out bits and pieces of the words, but not enough to get a full understanding of what you're actually talking about. And I want to know what you're talking about because this beat is hard. First off, both beats are hard. Like both parts of this beat in totality are tough.
And right,
but
we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Because of that, I still need, or especially because the beat is tough, really, I need the vocals to cut through cleanly so that the song comes together cohesively. The beats are tough, but they gotta mesh with the voice. Your voice has to be able to move along with the instruments. The beat can't just be carrying the whole song.
Yeah, I mean, the mix itself is pretty good. Like you said, the first part, I understand you guys are distorting it on purpose. I mean, that's inspired. I kind of like the idea. But see how the distortion is on the second half? It needs to be kind of the same way on the first half. You know, it's kind of over distorted in a way that affects what we hear in terms of what you're saying on the first half. The second half has the same, not the same, but has distortion, but it doesn't take away your voice.
It almost sounds more like phasing on the second half.
Self-produced, it killed it.
Yeah, definitely killed it. It feels more like a phasing effect on the second half than it does on the first half. The first half feels more like distortion. Second half feels more like phasing, but the phasing sounds good. Whatever you did to it, it sounds better than what you did in the first half for sure. So if you could make them sound the same while still maintaining that distinct volume difference, because I like the fact that the second half is very obviously louder, but it's good because it creates dynamic or dynamicy within the track. So if we can just get that same level of clarity in the first half that we have in the second half, that's going to make a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean that's where we're at with. I mean I still think, you know, other than the first part, it's just the mix is pretty good. I mean, we'll talk about some things I'll talk about in the arrangement of it that probably make it a little bit tighter for you. But overall, not too bad, man. The only thing that takes the mix down is that first part. We need to be able to understand what you're saying so that the distortion can be there, but it just can't take away from your voice. And somehow, some way, that managed to happen. It may be the mix of the vocal, maybe too low, but I would just try and you produced it yourself, so you got the stems. So I would just work on just perfecting the distortion of that first part so that we can still hear what you're saying on the vocal. So it may be a mix of turning down the distortion a hair and just bringing the vocal up a hair so we can understand what's being said, because it sounds like you're saying some good stuff, but we just, you know, especially if you're performing this on stage, or I'm a DJ and I'm trying to put this in, this would be a dope part of it. I mean, I would put this in an EDM set. You dig? Like I would have one of the hardest EDM records, a Skrillex record, and then I might throw this in just as a break beat for an EDM seg, and then come in with something else, and it would be people would lose their mind. I think you got something here. We just gotta tighten it up that way. So, sonic and clarity and mix. You know, I mean, I gotta dock your points only because of that first part where we're talking about and making sure that we can hear what's going on. But man, that second part, I mean, that's a record by itself. To be honest, to be honest,
But I like having it combined.
Yeah.
With the first half that you got, because it meshes well. The theme of both of them is similar enough. Like the sound is similar.
Yeah.
To where it sounds like they were meant to be
Mhm.
on the same work together. It just you got to tighten up those screws.
Yeah, this has got a lot of potential. We'll get to some of the other things to help tighten it up now, you know, as we go down these charts. So sonic clarity, I don't know, we're talking about what, maybe we gotta dock you some points because the first part's what, maybe 7.
7, yeah.
All right. Composition and arrangement, this is where I'm gonna kick in and say there's a couple things that I mean, we're not even gonna get into the whole part about the distortion part. We already talked about that. For me, can we play it and bring it up to about, let it play. Coming up in this part right here. Hold on. So you hear what we're talking about with the distortion, right? You just gotta fix it a little bit so it doesn't detract from the vocal. Now coming up on this part here, you see how everything switched there and how your almost your flow and everything moved there. It's just that distortion that takes it away. For whatever reason, that little section there, it didn't have quite as much, and we understood everything was saying better. Then you go into this break, which I love the first half of this break that we're going through right now. I think it's fire. Right? Then the gunshots. Now the second half of this break needs to be a little shorter.
Yeah.
Okay? You gotta
get some point.
This is the third, number 3. Number 4. I mean, I'd be out of there probably after 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Because it's too long. And you just don't want people,
falling off, losing interest.
Yeah, so you're coming in here, you got the gunshots, right? Dope. Now we go 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'd be trying to get out of it by there. I wouldn't do 6 or 7 or 8 of those. Or if I'm gonna leave it like it is, that hold it needs to come out of there because it kind of throws it off. And not in a bad way, but we're just thinking about trying to be synchronized with the ear as a person listening in the audience. Now, if I'm performing this record, then I don't mind that long gap. You see what I'm saying? I don't mind that 8 count. But the record, for the record's sake, I want to get in and out of that gunshot break. Again, I'm going to play it again right here again. I want to get out of this. The gunshot shit is dope. I'd almost come after the gunshots right here. They go hold it. Right there.
To the next part of the song.
So one last time, I'm sorry, but this is important. So this is dope. We're going to go all the way back to the beginning. So she's playing the break. It's fire. This is dope. We're feeling it. Crazy good production by you. Then the gunshots right here. Hold it right there.
Yeah.
That last gunshot, I want that hold it right after that. We don't even need this part. And that would hold it and then going into that beat. This right here. This right here is
the sound.
Oh.
This is your sound right here.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean,
this is your this is your signature sound for real.
That's your moneymaker right there. And you notice how your voice and your vocals are much clearer here. You could, you know, what was what was that? Azalea Banks made a career off of this sound right here and lyrics and spitting it the way you're spitting it. She made a whole career off of this. This could be an Azalea Banks record right here.
Very good, too.
You see what I'm saying? So, you know, I always consider it lucky when you have somebody that you resemble, because you can look at what they're doing and see how they're not copying them, but look at their breaks and see how they're moving their voice and their breaks and how they're doing shifts because they have the same kind of tone and idea as you, and you take that and flip it and turn it into your own.
Yeah.
That's an advantage when you have somebody like that. So composition arrangement for me, I mean, you need to change a couple things around. I'm gonna give it an 8 because it's pretty fire. We totally understand what you're trying to do. I would almost come out of that gunshot sound with the hold up and then just go right into the next beat.
Yeah.
It's fire. I mean, I don't want to wait on that at all.
Definitely don't.
After the gunshots and you just go hold up and then go right into the beat and take that second waiting section up, I think you'd have a more concise and more exciting record.
Yeah.
Fire though. This dope.
The way that the transition happens, yeah, it's cool now. But if you shorten that, like I said, we don't need that extra little part that before the beat actually drops. Get rid of that. It'll make the climax that much sweeter. I think for the composition arrangement scale, 1 to 10, I'm looking at maybe a 7.5.
Yeah.
Because of that.
Yeah, but I'm telling you that one thing right there. I mean, obviously the first part we gotta make sure we can hear you. Just work on the distortion a little bit because I know you want to keep that, and I like it too. But just tone it down or find a way to get the voice a little bit more clear in there. And I want it, but it's gotta match the voice in the second half, right? So I say you gotta work on the actual distortion sound and get it down a little bit so that you can really hear. And then if you do that and you cut out that second half after the gunshots and just bring in right after that second gun, that third gunshot or whatever it is, and then it just goes, hold up, it goes into that beat. I mean, it will change everything about this record. That should be a turn up record. That second part of that break after the gunshots needs to go, in my opinion. Okay, and then you just go right into hold up. Now, if you're performing it on stage, I think you could have that whole part to move some people around or catch your breath or whatever, and then go into it. I mean, but as far as a record, because you gotta understand when you're talking about like an XM radio or even sometimes Apple, they cut your records. They cut it. You don't even realize they cut it until you hear it. And you're like, where the fuck my 15 seconds go? They'll cut that bitch out on their own sometimes. So you want to make their life easy so that's why you get picked. So I'm telling you, you cut that part out, that'll put you right that 2 minute, 45 second or so range. That's perfect for modern day music.
Yeah.
I love it though. I love what you're doing, man. I mean but after that gunshot, you go into that second part where that's hold up, that second beat. I don't know what you were drinking and smoking at the time, but keep doing that. Keep doing that. You self-produced that. You know, applause for that. In the studio hear that, I hear money.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely money on the line with that one.
All right.
In terms of the rhythmic pocket and flow, so this area I feel like you could do a little bit better as well, and then just the lyrics overall too. I think you can put a bit more time into. It sounds to me like a freestyle. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the whole thing sounds to me like just a freestyle. It doesn't feel like you really took the time to like really develop the theme or the motif that you were going for on this one. So I would say just pull out, you know what I'm saying? Whip out that notebook, that composition notebook, and get you some lines written down. Something that's going to make a mark, you know, something that can be memorable for your fans or your audience to be able to engage with once again. Because I think right now, as it stands, the sound is really good, but just the actual meaning and value, the concept it isn't quite there yet. So,
but it's fire though. Like you got some backbone. You got some things to work with here. Like he said, you know, you got to make sure that you're talking about what's the. You named it Desert Eagle. Why is it called? What's going on? Like maybe we're missing. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think you got a problem. I think you can really move. I think you're a great artist. I think you can really rap. I could tell just by listening to your flow and what you're doing and the beat that you produced and chose, you got energy and you're unique. You probably got a little, you know, I'm looking at your art here. You got something going on, you know. It's just a matter of tweaking things and getting it really right and understanding that we still want to make the record in a way that the person can listen to it and be, yeah, but you know, look, man, you did great. You just got to keep working at it because you got something here. Yeah. You may think that you're not good at writing, but man, yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. And look,
if you were to go back, here's an exercise I want you to try. Take, you don't necessarily have, well, I do want you to do it with this song, but you don't necessarily always have to do it with the mixed and mastered version of your songs. What I want you to do is, after you've recorded what you think is going to be your verse, especially, go back, listen to it a bunch of times, and then ask yourself, first of all, is it something that I would quote or would want to be quoting either in the club, in the gym, or wherever it is that you normally listen to music, right? Like, is it a line that feels good, or are there lines in the song that feel appropriate blurting out in any of those locations, right? Because like when I really love a song, I always found in that one part of the song that I might just blurt out randomly throughout the day, right? So like there needs to be at least one of those in the song, and it literally only takes one. Like it only takes one line. For me, I didn't hear that line in the song. Like I said, it feels like it's just like you would just top of the dome freestyle, which is cool if this was a freestyle, but clearly just not what you're intending that this to be. Like this has the very high potential of being like a great song, especially because it's dynamic, it's unique, it's composed well. It's just it's missing that once again mix clarity in the beginning. Could be better with vocal shining through without that distortion, and then also having lyrics that are meaningful or at least feel like they are intentional towards the theme of the song. Because once again, the song is called Desert Eagle, but it's like, okay, what is anything you said in the song have to do with the Desert Eagle? And also, why is the Desert Eagle important for us to be talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, you need to tie in all of these things together within your lyrics. So I think you got a very good, you have a very solid foundation here. You got to keep chipping away at these things that we're telling you. Subtract the parts that we told you to take out, like that overextended middle piece that you have there, and do all these things and come back with a finished product, and this will be a certified banger.
Yeah. Uniqueness. X factor. Definitely unique. Definitely unique. I mean, we've heard artists and songs like this before, but nothing really like this out there right now. So I mean, I think you got a lane on your own as long as you stay true to it and understand what that lane is, not just the sound, but the actual content and character of what you're doing, the actual concepts that you're doing. You know, be steadfast in that so that you can really succeed because you got some talent here, especially if you're producing records like this.
Yeah,
you
the
have a
production
sound.
on this is really good.
Yeah, you have a sound, so we want to make sure that we stay true to that sound as much as possible early, so that we know what to do with it. So yeah. It's pretty unique. I'd give it a 9, almost unique. We definitely know it's you.
Yeah, for sure. In terms of market readiness, obviously we know it's not ready. I don't really need to give a number. If I had to give it a number, I'd say 4. But I mean, once again, all of the things that need to be fixed are not really things that are going to take you a whole lot of time aside from the writing the lyrics. That's probably going to be what takes or consumes the majority of your time fixing this. But aside from that, I mean, everything else is pretty cut and dry. So if you make the changes, this could become a very market ready song that could be a smash record for real. You just gotta make those tweaks.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he said it best, man. I mean, you know, make the tweaks, make the money. You know what I'm saying? You know, the actual bag is in the details. You know, it's getting the details right and everything. When you hear, I don't know, a Drake record or whatever, the details are done. It's immaculate. You know, Kendrick Lamar, it's immaculate. Lizzo, immaculate. The records are immaculately produced, engineered. There's none of the funny stuff. But you may not like the record itself, but the actual production and the engineering of the record is immaculate. And those are things those are things you can control, you know, and you should control. But you did great, man. I mean, for somebody that produced it themselves, you say you're not good at writing, but you know, you sort of slid on the beat, especially the second half. I would say fix the distortion on the first half. You know, figure out whether you need to make the distortion louder, a little weaker, maybe change the actual character of the distortion, the wave, just whatever you need to do. You know, just fix it a little bit so that you can understand what you're saying in the first part, and make sure that first part of what you're saying is cohesive with the second part. And at some point in there, it needs to be like a desert eagle. It needs to be in there. So, you know, I would suggest that second half of the beat, man. Make sure you listen. Make sure you got your rights and your paperwork ready for that. Because I'm telling you, that second half, that could get placed in an NFL ad. That could get placed in a car ad. Just the beat itself. Since you produced it, there's a way to make money. You know what I'm saying? That part of the beat could get placed so many places and make you a few million by itself. Yeah, and or movies or like I said, commercials all over the world. That second half of that movement is something special. You should be very proud of that. Again, get rid of that second half middle section and bring that in. As soon as the gunshots finish, we want to hear that part play up in here. So as soon as them gunshots are there, you know, as soon as this goes in there and it gets to the gunshots, this is all gravy. With these gunshots, it should come right back, right now. Instead of this part, you gotta take this part out. But man, when this bad boy ride right here, this part right here, you hit it. That hold it, them gunshots, and then put hold it. This shit rock. Yeah, you should be very proud. That beat alone will make you millions.
Hey, look, man, we appreciate you for the submission. W's in the chat for my guy on the side.
On the ride.
On the ride. On the ride. Yeah. W for sure. All right, so DD Legends. We're actually gonna go ahead and wrap it up for this evening.
We're in Thailand, y'all. It's late.
Yeah, it is late over here. It's
1 o'clock.
It's 1 o'clock. Yeah. So yeah, I've been working all day, and it's time for me to go ahead and get some rest. But we appreciate y'all for tapping in with this week's installment of our song reviews. We're doing this every week, every Wednesday. So at the same time, we're gonna be coming back next week to keep this thing going. So DD Legends, I will have you up first for next week. Make sure that you tap in with us so that you can be engaging with us as we're giving you our thoughts and our critiques of your track, and you can give us any insight that we might need to be able to give better judgment or better insight on what it is that you have, and if there's any changes that you need to make, we can get all of that taken care of.
And real quick, if you out here, if you happen to be coming to Thailand, we got a lot of big things coming up. This guy right here is gonna be opening up the New Culture Lounge this weekend. Who you opening for?
I'm actually so I'm not opening there. I'm just going to be a guest.
Just
there.
be there.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
my bad.
I'm just part of the crowd that this weekend for that. But yeah, if you're in Thailand, definitely make sure that you pop out to Culture Lounge grand opening in Bangkok this weekend, the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th. They will be having their grand opening featuring Akeem Ali. So we definitely gonna show up and show out for that. We're going on Sunday. Sunday evening for that show. So that's gonna be very exciting. We're definitely gonna be it's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day. But next week we actually that's gonna be the big show. So we're opening up for Compton Ave, Cy Artie Kid, DJ Chose, and Rotimi next week. Black in Bangkok, Songkran Music Fest 2026 is going down. It's about to be crazy. So yes, I will be opening for Compton Ave and DJ Chose on Friday, April 10th. That is next week. And yeah, man, I can't wait, bro. I can't wait. It's gonna be live.
We definitely gotta make sure we share the footage of that. That's gonna be live. We're gonna see what's happening.
Definitely.
It's Songkran anyway. I know y'all don't know what's going on this side, other side of the earth, but Songkran is the moment in Thailand. It is, especially here in Pattaya. It lasts probably about 9 days. It's only supposed to last about 4 or 5. So we're about to lose it. That's the water festival. That's what you'll see on YouTube many times. But hang in for that. We'll try and get some footage of that. And man, if you got any other records submit them, and maybe he'll actually let me come back and talk about them some more. I'm not sure.
Yeah, definitely. This is not gonna be your last
Hey,
time.
man,
Back
you know what I'm
here,
saying?
man.
I'm just
Definitely
trying to help
appreciate
out.
you
I'm
being
just trying
here.
to get everybody
For sure.
right, you know?
Appreciate you being here. For sure.
Sure.
This would not be your last time, trust.
All right,
So
y'all.
yeah, appreciate y'all for tapping in, man. Hey, I am your host, Black Beethoven.
Hey, it's Da Vinci. You know what to do.
Hey, man, appreciate you one more time for coming through and joining in the conversation with us. Make sure you make your submissions. My email is in the description below if you're on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, you can check the chat. It has been mentioned a few times. Hey, man, be blessed. Don't be stressed. We out of here. I'll see y'all on Friday, Freestyle Friday. We about to set it off in a major way. Hey, man,
I'm coming to
we
see
out of
that.
here.
I'm coming to see that.
Black Beethoven.
Don't play with my time. I gotta play, gotta get to the bands. I cannot wait on the head, my mission is different. I play with the cards, always dealt, now I'm taking what's mine. I gotta play, gotta get to the bands. If you ain't talking about paper, I'll talk to you later. You niggas ain't stopping my grind, don't play with my time. I gotta play, gotta get to the bands. I cannot wait on the head, my mission is different. I play with the cards, always dealt, now I'm taking what's mine. I gotta play, gotta get to the bands. If you ain't talking about paper, I'll talk to you later. You niggas ain't stopping my grind, don't play with my time.
Please do not play with my time. Working like I'm on the clock. Told you we making our way to the top. When we get to the top, we gon' buy back the block. Gotta invest, double it up, give me more, cause I always been playing with less. Forget the rest. I ain't got time for it if it ain't helping me big up my chest. I'm talking treasure with so much value, a nigga cannot even measure. Applying the pressure, cause I've been at practice. I keep getting better, upgrading my goals and endorsing endeavors. Businessman with a business plan. Toven looking like 100 grand. Paper stacking, I need rubber bands, cause I found a way to get the upper hand. Bottom line, please respect my time. Do I have a witness? Can I testify? If you hating niggas, step aside. I'ma spray you roaches with the pesticide. Fake niggas getting sterilized, but the real niggas gonna recognize. I feel lucky as a leprechaun, and that ain't something I'm trying to jeopardize. Blessed up, God is truly great. Put some chicken on my dinner plate. Put some shoes on my feet, now I'm in the race. I've been moving at a winner's pace. Gotta breathe, let it ventilate. Stand out, don't assimilate. Contemplate while I meditate. Had to dedicate so I can set it
Don't
straight.
play with my time. I gotta play, gotta get to the bands. I cannot wait on the head, my mission is different. I play with the cards, always dealt, now I'm taking what's mine. I gotta play, gotta get to the bands. If you ain't talking about paper, I'll talk to you later. You niggas ain't stopping my grind, don't play with my time. I gotta play, gotta get to the bands. I cannot wait on the head, my mission is different. I play with the cards, always dealt, now I'm taking what's mine. I gotta play, gotta get to the bands. If you ain't talking about paper, I'll talk to you later. You niggas ain't stopping my grind, don't play with my time.
Nigga, don't play with my time. Drink on the rocks with a little bit of lime. And time is money, so I keep me about 9. And niggas shady, so I keep me at 9. Roll up a little bit of butter, I'm flying. I'm in the UFO. I don't touch a block, I just stop and go. I be counting up money while smoking Dro. Be lost in my music, I'm on the road. Got the trick and sprinting no OVO. See, I'm on my bread like Hawaiian rolls. And bitch, I'm a king with the lion pose. The shit that you doing is stepped on. You say you a guy, but you never rose. Don't play me like money, I never fold. See, I got them bitches and hella goals. They tryna buy the wave with no barcode, so that's something I never know. You get turned to a monster, so let it go. These niggas be playing the jealous role. These niggas be hating for nothing. Go get some paper or something. I'm hot like it's late and it's something. Hot like you touching the furnace. You playing for plunder, so you better not play with my money. You better not play with my motherfucking money. I told her come hop on this D like a bunny. Fast moving like I'm Sonic. Ice on my neck, so every day it's sunny. They don't wanna show no love, that's ironic. Know that we fire like smoking on chronic. Me and Beethoven, you know that we on it. Middle finger saying fuck your
Don't
opponents.
play with my time. I gotta play, gotta get to the bands. I cannot wait on the head, my mission is different. I play with the cards, always dealt, now I'm taking what's mine. I gotta play, gotta get to the bands. If you ain't talking about paper, I'll talk to you later. You niggas ain't stopping my grind, don't play with my time. I gotta play, gotta get to the bands. I cannot wait on the head, my mission is different. I but I'll talk to you later. You niggas ain't stopping my grind, don't play with my time.
Now in the mix with Black Beethoven.
First of all, set it off in this bitch cause I came here to conquer. Ain't here for a compromise. I didn't grow out my hair in this bitch. Now I feel like Kamanga. A nigga been traumatized. You ain't talking about paper, I'll talk to you later. My only concern is the dollar sign. I came for the money, don't try nothing funny, cause if you get hit, you gon' probably die.
Second of all, I needed the money to buy out the mall. Don't be surprised. Got enough alcohol up in me when I spit. I shoot out fireballs like I'm say guy. Hey, say guy. If you really wanna fight, we can have a street ball. I got your chick all over my tip like she Garnett on the jump ball.
It's 2020 and we got it jumping off. You won and done it, we done it all. You heard it before, nigga, don't get my crew involved. Go take a break and just cool it off. Street brawl, I'm a street fighter. Fuck with my team and you gon' take a L. My niggas winning, we straight out the mud. Knock your ass out, now they ringing the bell.
Been living in China for too long, now it's time for me to say goodbye. Playing around with these Oriental girls for too long, got me sipping daily on some Malta. Maybe I'll make an escape, head to Japan, smoke on some bonsai, or find a nice place on the Pacific Isle, chill with native bitches under blue skies.
I'm a cool guy and I'm too fly. Got my rollie on and my J's too. They don't let me out and let the rage loose. Hitting home runs like I'm Babe Ruth. I be traveling and making bass moves on the airplane, sipping Grey Goose. I'm with Jimmy G and all the babes too. Finish phase 1, now it's phase 2.
Yeah, phase 2, it's time to double down up on the revenue. Yeah, fame for us is way overdue. We been tried and true, we been smoking hot like some backyard home barbecue. Yeah, Tovin and I been ready to ride with some fine bras. I'm 5th Ave, showing off shit that you wish you had, you could never do.
I've been praying for this, spent a couple of years on the waiting list. Now I'm next up, kept my right hand to God, now I'm blessed up. And my bank account running these checks up. I just checked in with the guest list, doing more advertising than Craigslist. Cause I'm LFP and I'm YNA, so you ain't gotta ask who the best is.
We blowing up tracks like we ISIS, we the nicest. With the rollies and the J's matching. Platinum outfits looking priceless. Jesus peace feeling righteous. Made the crowd fall in silence. YNA got the golden touch like